these opportunities, especially when it's for birdie. If it's up, it could be in.
Let's go.
Always good to lead the bounce back category. That's a good stat. Now 5 strokes behind.
So it's still freezing, but I learned to just wait and wait a good amount. And 61 feet down, so I could really reach that.
That didn't look like their best swing to me. That was a bit wayward.
Oh, give me the strokes.
Getting ready to play their third.
So close.
Right, gonna try and hold it against the wind.
That's well played. Anything on the green from there was fine.
Damn, man.
It's for par. Okay, steady now. Putting for bogey. And
Gosh. All right, we're still in the front 9.
Welcome to this hole. It's a par 4. Where will this one end up?
I must be wind.
One's headed to the drink.
Must be wind. Yeah, 12. Okay, that's my fault. I didn't pay attention to the wind. That's probably what's been going on with all of my stuff. I haven't paid attention to the wind on this one.
Uh-oh, that's heading
I've been
into the
hitting
trees.
good.
And John, what's this one looking like?
Been hitting good on this one. Once again, the wind.
Rough here, and it's really thick too. Hopefully they can deal with this and be on their way shortly.
Yep, that one's on the dance floor. You can
Yeah,
chip up that for sure.
what?
Onto the green now. This
Did
one,
I?
Bogey, looking at double bogey right between the eyes.
I got that. Come on, turn more.
Oh, gee, that line was looking good.
Yeah.
Well, that's disappointing. This putt's for double. Well hold.
All right. Man, I was doing good too. And they switched it up with the wind on me. It messed me up. Wasn't paying attention.
And let's catch this action from just a moment ago. Bryson DeChambeau with a fantastic shot. Let's recap this long-range effort. Wonderful effort. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as it stands. The leader now has a 1-stroke advantage. Deep into the front 9. Here we are at the 7th hole.
Alright. So it's definitely not gonna make it. That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Looks to be going with a 6-iron.
I didn't take account the drop. How low? It's alright. Help me out.
I tell you what, there's been some great golf being played all over the course. Let's have a look at this. Matt Kuchar with a fantastic shot.
He's a sharp shooter from short range, isn't he?
Alright. Oh.
Doesn't look good with a
Just gotta go up here. To the Right, maybe that helps. I don't know. I wasn't even nowhere near it.
Putting's a finesse game. This putt right on 12 feet to the hole.
There you go.
Well, that's a momentum maintainer. Well done.
All right.
That suggests heading up the leaderboard. Let's see what happens here at the 8th.
I just gotta move it. Get away from up here. Perfect hit.
This one looks to be heading for the sanctuary of the fairway.
There we go.
Time to take a look at Ian Poulter from
Yeah, once it hits 10, 11 miles per hour, it's definitely a factor.
second shot here on the 8th.
There we go.
Well, that's a handy shot.
There we go.
All right, John. How's this putt looking?
Looks like this one's about 21 feet to the hole.
Get in.
Give me that. Give me that. Let's go.
Move up the leaderboard.
Ah, all right. Oh my God, I'm still +3. Jeez.
Current leader is enjoying a one-shot lead.
Gotta start putting in some
Nice birdie
work.
back there. On to the next.
There's no way. Oh, that's got to be ugly. Oh, it is. Ah, slipped. Oh, I made it. Nice.
Here on the 9th.
And then 9 feet up, 11 miles per hour.
Going with the 8-iron here.
Nice shot.
Bad shot that one.
Made birdie on the last. Looking for a second in a row here.
Let's make birdie. Come on, baby. Oh my God, that line was. Yo. Oh.
Go and put a par on the card.
I have no idea if I even would have made it.
To maintain their position on the leaderboard after that.
Jeez.
Let's see what happens here at the 10th hole.
Yeah, let's just hit that.
Well played, mate. Sitting at 3 over.
So,
Went a little
damn, that wind be taking it.
Now, man on the ground, John McCarthy. What's this one look like, mate?
Well, they're in the deep rough here, but they ended up with a pretty favorable lie considering.
Playing their 4th shot.
All right, come on. Could have sworn you were able to pull the pole out. Maybe it was just for.
You can.
Oh, I thought that
But is that just when you're
Just 3 feet to the cup.
putting?
Their short game today has been
Only
absolutely
putting.
sublime fun to watch.
Yeah, nothing to sweat over that one. Well hold. No movement up or down on the leaderboard for this player. You've arrived at a par 4.
That's nice.
Will be heading down the runway.
Nothing to sneeze at. There we go.
Here's Matt Kuchar's shot. Their third. And back to the course with the live action. Playing this shot from about 230 yards out.
Back into the wind. They need to flight this one down.
That's 13 miles per hour. Yeah, I could do full throttle. Let's get it. Let's go. 103. What are we looking at? Yeah, come on. Yep, there goes that wind. That's what I thought.
Not a bad effort, that one. Up onto the green and a chance to hole your putt.
Slim chance here for birdie, but you never know.
Oh my God, I still miss it by that much?
Good chance this one. Right on 6 feet.
Golly.
The leader now has advantage. Let's see what happens here at the 12th. Looks like they've got the 5-wood.
Oh my God.
Really a comfortable shot for them, was it?
Wind is absolutely swirling in this part of the golf course.
It's on the green now, but a bit of work left to do here. Well, I hope he makes this one. It's for par. Looks good off the blade. And that's a way to fight back from a tough break. Well holed.
And that is a nice up and down out of the greenside bunker for the par.
Looks like they put a good swing on that one. That should find the short stuff.
Damn it. Almost on the green still.
Unfortunately, that got a horrible kick. Ended up in the rough.
Here we go. Waiting game. Damn, he's old.
And I'm not lying to you, that is smash. Smash.
Looks to have opted for the 8.
That went pretty well.
Look at the line on
Good
this
dead
one.
shooter.
Get in the hole.
Yeah, man, the Sounders getting old.
Let's return to live play now. Well, a man on the ground, John McCarthy.
70. I like this. I like this. If I could hit.
Might be able to deal with this without too much trouble.
70. Oh, wait. Can I go farther? Let's give it a go.
Opting for the hybrid, I think.
Oh my God, not even close.
Just sneak off the fairway.
I got a good one.
Right stuff there.
Whatever, can't be too mad.
Short with that effort.
I wanted to see if he
Par
could come
putt
up.
here. Let's see if he can make it.
Why you keep it going?
Now, this one's for bogey. And the putt drops, and we're moving on. And now at +4 for the round.
And moving down the leaderboard as well.
It's time to begin this par 4 hole.
All right, 13. So over here.
Not a bad line, this one.
Again?
Let's have a look at Matt Cooch's shot. And here we are with the third shot.
No one cares.
Lining up from around 160 yards.
Wind's blowing from left to right. They're going to try and hook this one in the wind to slow the golf ball down.
Down 2. That wind's gonna stop it. And he definitely gonna stop it. Okay. That's a perfect hit.
This one needs to kick left.
Oh yeah, good hit.
He's already made a few birdies today, and this is another good look.
There we go.
Veterans enjoyed a one-shot lead. Let's see what happens here on the 15th.
All right. It's gonna stay.
Ball had a magnet in it for the bunker. Bunker. Can they execute?
Way too fast. Oh, but it's still good. There you go. I like it.
Some good distance on that one. Getting ready to play their third.
Like it. 11. If I go 100, let's go here. Let's do it. 100. All right.
No foul there with
Let's
that
get
shot.
this.
Be nice to see this one go down. Let's see if they make it.
Let's get this. Give me that! Oh, and it was,
3 feet to go.
gosh. So I was really off.
scores feel great because you've had to execute all 3 shots.
Yeah, I was really off.
That's a little untidy.
That's my fault.
It's time to head back down to the fairways. John, what's up, mate?
Well, we're on the 17th, guys. This is Ian Poulter's next shot.
Deep here. Going with the hybrid. Oh, this should be unpredictable. And here we are with the 3rd shot.
Pretty good win back into the player's face.
Jeez.
For sure. 3 over for the day. This would be a great up and down. Oh, wouldn't that have been nice? Right on 4 feet. Should make this one. Yeah, good putt. Well hold. The leader now has a 1-stroke advantage.
Let's get this over with.
On the 17th hole.
Let's see what this looks like. Oh, what? Okay, that works, but kinda, nah, not really.
Not sure if that's what they're intending to do.
Need to take a little less club on that approach.
Pretty good chance here.
This is a hard ass. This is hard.
Bogey putt coming up here. And down it goes.
This is hard. This is a hard. I wasn't gonna win this. Not even close.
6 over for the round.
Not with this wind.
Leaderboard, Luke, never
Down 41. Let's go.
Well, that didn't look like their best swing there. That always looked wet, didn't it? Getting ready to play their 3rd. This shot from around the 200-yard mark.
wind back into their grill. They need to flight this one down.
Looks to be going with a hybrid here.
There we go. Perfect. Right down.
This is an extremely long putt. You might even have to hinge on this one. Whoa, back there, horsey. This putt for a final score of 79.
I already knew that wasn't good.
It's just about 3 feet away. And that'll bring his tournament to a close.
All right, let's do another one. This one was terrible. +8. Godly.
Learn this game, and hopefully this player has learned a lot.
Well, on behalf of myself, Luke Elvey, and Rich B, thanks for tuning in. Catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't do good there. Where am I at now? It's top 6 still. All right. Oh, come on, let's go. I'm ready.
Sports so proudly presents this PGA Tour event. Today's coverage of the HB Studios Invitational is about to kick off. I'm Luke Elvey alongside Rich Beam in the booth. And Rich, I'm ready to get stuck into it, so let's go right into this opening hole.
Opening hole at Faxon Park Golf Course, 475 yards, par 4. Beautiful setting in the distance, the skyline of the city. Split fairway here. Out to the right-hand side, those fairway bunkers might see
Right, par 4.
left-hand side, only the ridiculously long or ridiculously silly golfers will try and take that on. Second shot will be back uphill ever so slightly with a bunch of bunkers fronting it. Opening par 4 here is very strong.
Can't wait to find out what happens here. Well, I like the look of the line here. This should find the fairway.
There we go. I like it. I like it.
Taking aim from about 170 yards.
Beautiful. Oh, it's right there, huh? It's right there. Let's go. Let's go right there.
Going with the 6-iron here.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go. Oh, I likey. Daddy likey. Let's go.
That's right out of the copybooks. Exquisite. Lining up the birdie putt here.
Oh, I messed up my line, dude.
It's for par. In she goes. Let's head to the next.
I gotta let go. I can't hold on to it. I gotta let go and completely do it with my right. Okay.
At the second.
God, I messed up that. It's gonna give me that, so I should just do that. Yeah, I should just do that.
Opting for the 3-wood.
Why is
The excitement is starting, you can hear it.
Time to head to the 11th hole now for this highlight. Well, Cameron Champ, he went after it here, didn't he? Setting up to play the shot here from the greenside rough. Par saver coming up for this fella.
let go? There we go. I got so lucky there. Gosh dang it. I gotta find a way to putt straighter, man. I gotta get an automatic putt.
Here we find ourselves on the tee of a par 4.
All right, let's see. It's still just even, right? Driver.
I'd be booking in for some lessons if
Yeah,
I was
way
feeling
too
like that.
fast. Way too fast. That's my fault. It's okay.
Time for the second
Take
shot
that.
here.
I'll take that.
How close was that to going down? This putt is about 8 feet. Oh, what a shot.
Oh my, you lying!
And they'll walk away with a par on this one.
Oh my gosh, that's too.
And
Oh, what is going on right now? That's two. That's two birdies I could have had.
no movement there. He stays it even with the card. You've arrived.
God.
Step up to the tee and own it.
Oh, just absolutely abused the golf ball there with that shot.
This lie's not great. And choosing the 8-iron here. Yeah, quality shot that. Hamman on the ground. John, he's down there. What's the news?
Down on the 5th hole, and this is Sergio Garcia.
And this
Sergio Garcia, huh?
scorecard.
Oh, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Oh, yeah.
Damage. Nicely done. And with it, he moves to
Finally.
and it's worth taking another look at that one.
That made it look way easier than it was. No.
Trailing by 6 shots after that hole.
Damn, 6?
Feeling buoyed with confidence after that birdie. There's a good chance to maintain the momentum.
Oh my gosh.
This one should find the rough.
Stop, baby. Come on. Good. Good.
Second shot here on the 5th.
Good. I like.
That's it. It's okay. Elevated greens are always difficult to approach. Make sure you got the right number. Looks like they're going with the pitching wedge.
Give me that. There we go.
Approach and a chance for a birdie here on the 5th.
Of all the shots that I like the most, that one ranks right up there.
Oh, I'm missing him. Why am I?
This one is for his par.
Oh,
Okay, let's head to the next.
I'm missing too many, bro.
By 5 shots after that hole.
I'm missing too many of these birdies.
On the 6th.
Let's see.
opting for the six.
Way too fast, bro.
That's a little wayward.
Rare miss today. They've been so good with their approach shots.
Wow, that almost went in the hole. If he makes this, he'll save his par.
Oh my God, I can't hit straight to save my life right now.
This is a bogey putt coming up. Job done. Let's head to the next. And with that now, back to level.
I can't save my life.
And now teeing off on this path. Not sure if this one will stay on the short grass.
Beautiful hit.
Let's take a look back at this just moments ago. One of the stars of the game, Bryson DeChambeau.
Absolute beauty here.
They're the kind of shots that you remember after a day's work on the links. Let's get back to it, shall we? Well, doesn't take a genius to know that this is not a good place to be.
Hitting it over here in the first place was just awful. I would blame his caddy.
Opting for the hybrid, I think.
Oh my.
That's a shame. Had a chance to hit the green, but couldn't quite get there.
Not easy to find the green coming out of the rough.
Lob. That's what I need to do. I need to understand the difference. After this is exactly what I'm going to go do.
That dog will hunt.
That dog will hunt.
Just about 8 feet left to the hole. This one started out on a good line. Nicely holed.
That dog will hunt.
Now 6 strokes back after that hole. Welcome to this hole. It's a par 5. Time for the second shot at the 8th.
Oh, that's going to be perfect.
Well, that's showcasing their power there, Rich.
Using the big boy muscles to get it home in 2 there.
Oh, this is exciting. A putt for an eagle. Oh, he's up, Tiger. Just 3 feet to the cup. And that will drop in for birdie. And that will take him to 1 under.
1 under. Come on.
Moving up the leaderboard. This hole here is a par 4. Well, let's see if they can roll off that birdie at the last. Lovely momentum here.
Yeah, I'm going.
That one's right out of the top drawer.
Come on. Make it over.
John, talk to us. What do you got for us?
Well, I'm down on the 10th hole. This is Sergio Garcia's next shot.
Okay, let's get back to the action. Known as El Nino, he can be a firebrand, our Sergio Garcia, Rich. Geez, exciting to watch when he's on.
He's been so good for so long, Luke, that I never tire of watching him play the game. I think he plays it with a passion Unlike most players.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. But overall, his body of work throughout his career has been simply amazing.
Okay, steady now. An opportunity to make their par. Well hold. Let's move on. Now 5 strokes behind. We've reached the beginning of the back 9. The tee is yours at the 10th. Oh, that is crushed. Let's have a look at Bryson DeChambeau. And back to the course with the live action. And they're playing from about 140 yards out. 5 strokes behind our leader. Choosing the 9-iron here. What an opportunity to make a birdie.
Good stuff today, especially the short game has been really sharp today.
Gosh dang it, man. I can't get a straight line to save my life.
You don't want to miss these. And down it goes. Let's head to the next. Trailing by 6 shots after that hole. Oh, looking to make a statement here. Going with driver off the tee.
Shut
This
up.
is not a good outcome. Buried in the deep stuff. John's down on the course, and do you have a better look at this lie?
Well, guys, they're in the deep stuff here, and they did get a favorable lie considering the situation. Let's see what happens.
This one might need to get down a little. That's not what they were looking for.
Airmailed the green with that approach.
Come on, baby. Oh.
Time. And he needs this to save par. Oh, that looks like a huge. Currently 1 under for the tournament.
Unfortunately, backing up slowly but surely on that leaderboard, Luke.
Let's see.
Going with the hybrid.
Slow down.
Well, a little off the target.
This player needs a little help from Bob Ross on this shot. No draw whatsoever.
Great touch. Really nicely played.
You better believe it is great stuff to watch.
Well, that hole's behind us.
Gosh, man.
And here we are with the 3rd shot. And after that hole, this is how the leaderboard looks right now. Oh, that is a thing of beauty.
All right.
Chosen the pitching wedge here. Aussie.
Pretty good shot there.
Trying to get to 2 under with this putt.
Oof. Come on, baby. 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 Let's go.
That had eyes the whole way.
Oh,
And with it, he'll move to a couple under par.
let's go.
That's worth reviewing. Let's roll the videotape. Our current leader is enjoying a one-shot lead. You've arrived at a par 5. Remember, a great drive sets up a strong birdie or even eagle opportunity. That swing so pure, it reminds me of Adam Scott's. Playing from around 230 yards. 5 shots off the pace.
99. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. This is going to be dangerous, but let's go for it.
Seems to have chosen the 3-wood. That doesn't look good, Rich. Bit too
Oh,
far for my liking.
I got lucky.
Getting ready to play their third. 5 shots off the lead. Trying to get to 3 under par with this putt.
Looking better.
Oh my gosh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Cue of the par. Well done.
I hate you. That should have been a.
Behind us. Let's have a look
Oh my gosh. Should be -3. It got 4 more to go. -6. The best I could do is -6. Come on, game. Waiting. Really don't want to have to restart all this.
Let's have a look at Bryson DeChambeau's effort. Oh, this is a long way from downtown, but you're closer. John, what's he got in front of him?
This looks like around 35 feet to the hole.
Steady on. And after that effort, this is how the field is shaping up. The honour is yours. Time to hit a good one here at the 15th.
Can we get through there? Oh no.
Gotta say, just some of the best rhythm in the game. Let's go to our man John on the ground. There's something brewing down there. Let's find out what it is.
Well, I'm on the 16th. And this is Sergio Garcia's next shot.
Sitting at 2 under. Looks to be going with the 6 iron.
Come on, baby. That looks good. Looks good. Looks beautiful.
Attaboy, good shot.
Oh my God.
Card filled with threes never hurts. Good putt to make this.
I'm freaking close. Still not close.
3 feet to go here to the hole.
I'm fucking done. See what I'm saying? This is why it's pissing me off that it takes forever for me to play to go to the next one. Because I'll be hot and then all of a sudden I cool down. God.
Just a few holes to play. Let's see how you take on this 16th hole.
They're trailing heading into the short par 4. Do they take it on to the layup? How much do they trust their swing right now? Find out.
Oh, well struck. This drive's heading for the fairway in my eyes. Here's what Bryson DeChambeau managed just a short time ago.
Piss me off.
Let's get back to it, shall we? Putting for birdie. And that's their 4th birdie of the day. And to 2 under. Ooh, I always love these holes. Here we have a par 3. To have chosen the 7 iron, so I might need to set. That's a good looking shot there. 20 feet to the hole. Look at this.
That's got to be good. Let's go.
Nicely done. Holds the putt for back-to-back birdies.
Let's go.
I like it. 2 in a row.
Now 4 back after that hole.
There's 2 7s and 6s. Ain't
Coming off a birdie. Let's see
no
what
way.
happens here.
None of it matters.
Well, that was a bit of a wild swing. Probably be a similar result too.
Let's go.
Around 170 yards here.
Wind's blowing right to left here. They're going to go ahead and ride the one in here.
Going with the 6-iron here. Well, 68's on the board here if he can hold this.
Just a little bit more. If I would have went straight, I might have had it.
Looks like a pretty straightforward. I like the look of this. And
If I would have hit that line, I probably would have hit it. All right.
as they say in the classics, Rich, you can't win them all.
No, Luke, you can't, but I got to say, quite the
Let's go. We got to get to the practice field. I got to try some things out.
Well, that just about concludes our coverage. I'm Luke Elvey, and on behalf of Rich Beam, plus all the hard-working folks at HB Studios, it's good night for now.
We'll be back better than ever. My short game is going to be dope after I get this popping. Handicap replay. Practice. Driving range chipping. Let's see. Let's see. Splash. Splash is just gonna do that and roll, okay? I get that. Okay, so see, this is what I didn't want. So lob normal, chip, splash, flop, pitch, normal, chip, splash, flop, pitch, chip. Splash, chip, normal, pitch, So lob. Pitch. So what makes it? Lob, sandwich, gap wedge, pitching wedge, iron. So lob got pitch, flop, splash, chip, splash, flop. Oh, that seems like pitching wedge, splash. Pitching wedge with a lob. Pitching wedge. None of these are spinning back. What? Lob, pitching wedge, flop. That's what it is. It's got to be the flop. Oh. Maybe I've been pitching wedge. Splash. Okay. Pitching wedge. Chip. Pitching wedge, pitch. Pitching wedge, splash. I don't understand how. Lob. Pitch. 7 miles per hour. Let's see, pitch. What about flop? Why can't maybe facts? Lobbing a pitch. There we go. So lobbing a flop. That's what a lobbing a pitch will do. What can a lobbing a flop do? Lobbing a pitch. Four, 34. Lobbing a pitch. Okay, so let's try lobbing a. Let's try here too. Lobbing a pitch, splash. Lobbing a pitch. Let's see what that looked like. All right, that's how you move back a little bit. Lob and a pitch, right? But I can't do that from there. From that, it won't let me. Lob and a pitch. Yeah, see? It won't never let me from there, okay? Okay. So let's go. What about here? Will that let me here? These type of lob and a pitch. A little bit. It'll basically stop. Okay. But here it'll roll back. Okay. Got a lob and a pitch. A lob and a pitch. No, lob. Lob and a pitch. Lob and a pitch. Will it work here? Probably. A little bit. Just like that. Okay. That's basically the same thing as... Okay. So what about a lob and a flop? What does a lob and a flop do? Not as much as a lob and a pitch. Okay. What about lob and a sandwich and a pitch? Sandwich and a pitch. Sandwich and a flop. So the pitch is the only thing. Pitch. Lob and a flop. Flop ain't doing nothing. Okay. Pitch and a splash. Flop. Pitch. Wedge and a pitching wedge. Lob and a pitch and a wedge. Pitch wedge and a pitch. Pitch and a pitch. Pitch and a pitch. Let's go. Gap and a pitch. Gap and a pitch. It's the only thing is sandwich and a pitch. Pitch. It's the only thing that looks like it spins. Pitch. Lob and a pitch. Lob and a pitch. It looks like lob and a pitch is the only thing. Lob and a pitch. Let's see. Splash.
Yes, I got an email. Last week I got an email if we were going to need the services, and I had responded that we wanted. Yeah.
Chip.
Okay. Yes.
Splash.
I believe. It's still changing because we still have parents that are changing their minds. Yeah.
Splash.
Oh, okay. Mm. Okay. So right now it's 10 minimum. Okay. 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 Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Splash.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh, okay. And by any chance, if we have parents already asked for safety, like or like, do you have already a number of people that they are already signed up for safety, or we have to? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes. That's good. Mm. Yes. Mm. Okay.
Splash.
The ball. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. It's SWODOKN@NB.EA. Yes. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mhm.
You're welcome.
Shut up, silly. You gonna go get me some? Uh-huh. Now you don't. You're right.
That's it? Pitch. What is pitch? Lob. Lob and pitch. That's that one. Flop. Splash. Chip. Normal. What can I do normal? Let's see what normal happens normal. Let's see. Normal is like all the way out there though. Can I? Let's see. I can't even. Let's go from one side. Let's go right there. Oh, I can't do that. Normal. What does that do? I want to know what this does. Let's see. From one end to the other end. That's the farthest. Well, I had to just check that out. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here. All right. PGA Tour. Let's get back in this mug. Oh, nice stretch. So it's got to be pitch and lob and pitch.
2K Sports delighted to bring you all the action here from the PGA Tour. Today's coverage of the Players' Championship.
All right, let's get it. All right.
Alongside Rich Beam here at the Stadium Course TPC Sawgrass. And Rich, this golf course hits you right between the eyes from the opening hole.
Opening tee shot, 426 yards, par 4 for the back tees. It's a very strange angle for the tee shot. Fairway tilts from left to right, where the tee box
Beautiful shot
faces
right
from
away.
right to left. So you really have to hit an opening cut shot off the tee. Option of finding the fairway here. Misses out to the right or left, leaves a very
All right.
to a green that sits up above you.
Pitch.
Slants pretty severely.
Oh, here we go. Pitch. Here we go. Right here. Pitch normal. Let's see if I do this. If I Do this. Let's just see what it does. Let's just see what it does.
Going with the pitching wedge here. Any bounce to the left here would be helpful. Not a bad approach.
Okay.
Not quite inside the birdie range.
Pitch normal as that. Gotcha.
Still counts.
Slim chance here for birdie, but you never know.
All right, so that don't do nothing either.
How long's this putt? It seems to be a fair way.
Well, this has to be more than 40 feet from where they're standing. I'm going to go with 42 feet to the cup.
Okay. Oh my God, so crooked. So crooked. How?
A bit long on that one. 7 feet to the cup. I don't mind the look of this. Solid par putt, that. Starting the round at even par.
All right.
The second tee.
Par 5, 532 yards. Drive it out to the right-hand side to give yourself a good look at reaching this green in 2.
Screaming.
This shot here near the 200-yard marker. Looks to be going with a hybrid here. There's this one to kick right.
Come on.
Well, that's Pip Boy golf right there.
Always like the aggressive play, going for it in 2 and get rewarded for it.
And here we are with the third shot.
They need to flight this one down into the wind.
13 feet to the cup.
Again! Yo! Come on!
Always nice when you can just go ahead and tap one in.
That was for Eagle too. Gosh.
After that hole, this is what the leaderboard looks like. Teeing off here at the third hole.
Par 3, just 177 yards from the back, but this green is always firm. Be wary of that.
Opting for the 6-iron. Yeah, good swing. This one's heading up onto the green for sure. A nice approach shot there. Pin high inside the range.
Luke, nothing gets past you. Yes, this kid is a stud.
Oh, that time I had it straight.
Big putt for par coming up. And that putt will drop. Well done.
That time I hit it straight and it wasn't on line.
1 under for the round. Welcome to this hole. It's a par 4.
Par 4, 384 yards. A long snake-like bunker down the right-hand side to a cool little green with all sorts of movement on it. A very fun hole to play indeed.
Oh, yes.
Time for the second shot here at the 4. Nicely done.
Oh, come on now. That went back. I didn't. I should have checked. Lob, pitch. It was lob and pitch. It was lob and pitch.
Let's see if we can make this big putt for birdie. That's the right putt.
That's money. Oh!
That looked good for a long way. Oh, I don't mind this par putt. In she goes. Currently 1 under for the day. Here we are at the 5th hole. The tee is yours.
Par 4, 471 yards. Drive it out to the left-hand side to give yourself the best angle for your second shot into this long.
Whew, I got lucky.
John, what's this one looking like?
Ended up in the deep stuff, but the lie could have been a lot worse.
When you're elementary, I can help you.
Going with the 8-iron here. That won't get a good lie, I'm sure. Getting ready to play their third. 5 strokes behind our leader.
7:30, because I think someone will be there by 7:30. Yes. 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 You're welcome.
This putt from around 18 feet.
Help me.
This one's tracking.
Let's go.
Now,
I was offline a little bit.
trailing by 5 shots after that hole. Time to tee off at the 6th.
Par 4, 393 yards from the back. Most players taking out a long iron or hybrid. Just for placement
Come
in the
on,
fairway.
help me out.
This green is surrounded by tall palm trees. Don't get caught out by one.
Trying to get out of this pine straw here. Might get caught up in the brush here. And approach didn't seem to fit their eye.
Missing it short there, they will definitely be upset.
Johnny Mac, what's the news?
Well, I'm down here on the 10th hole.
Ass motherfuckers, don't one of you niggas got sickle cell or something. You fucking with me, nigga, you fuck around, have a seizure or heart attack. You better back the fuck up when you get smacked the fuck up. This how we do it on our side. Any of you niggas from New York that wanna bring it, bring it. But we ain't singing, we bringing drama. Fuck you and your motherfucking mama. We gonna kill all you motherfuckers. Now when I came out, I told you it was just about Biggie. Then everybody had to open their mouth with a motherfucker opinion. Well, this how we gonna do this. Fuck Mob Deep. Fuck Biggie.
Very short, compact, and yet so powerful. When he puts it all together, he is a contender each and every week.
Especially the big ones. Uncanny how often he's up there in the majors.
He's got a mind that is so strong with self-belief, and that's exactly what is needed for those big events.
What? Can you not stare?
You're still playing golf?
Yes.
Rico, Damus. I'm gonna go get some Subway.
Nice
Subway.
Well, this would be a great par putt if you
That's
can
what
make
the baby
this.
wants to eat.
I don't know why. This is not. No. This is not. No. This is not wrong. I was straight.
Shots up at this stage.
You still made it.
It's not the point.
Par 4 hole.
I was short. If it would have been longer, I would have missed it.
51 yards, water and sand all the way down the left-hand side. Hit it out to the right. Find the green with your second and spin it to the next hole, making 4.
Come on, you're better than that. Just off the fairway in the first cut. Looks to have opted for the
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Just needs this one to kick
Beautiful. Okay, could have been better. But
John, have you got a read on this one?
I'd say it's about 29 feet from where I'm standing.
stay straight. See? Ah.
And the putt drops, and we're moving on.
Something's not right. I don't know what.
Now 5 strokes behind.
I have to turn like that.
Couple to play here on the opening 9. Here's the tee shot at the 8th.
Par 3, 237 yards in length. A brute, to say the least. It is a tough hole surrounded by bunkers. If you can make 3 here, you're a happy person. This one's going to the right.
Moments ago, a beautiful shot happened on the course. Let's take a look.
This is how you do it 7 days a week.
And back to the course with the live action.
This would be a momentum saver here, getting this up and down.
Oh, almost went in.
Wow.
5 feet coming up to the cup. Well, that's a momentum.
I don't know how I could do this any straighter.
The leader now has a 1-stroke advantage.
I'm gonna have to just do it like that.
Hole on the opening 9 at TPC
It's not working no
Superclass
more.
Stadium course, Rich, is a clever 3-shotter.
Par 5, 583 yards. Most players
It's
will
in the
play this
water.
as a 3-shotter. Just find the fairway out to the left. Second shot out to the right. Sets up a very simple 3rd shot to a very narrow green. Miss it right or left. Good luck getting it up and down. Uh-oh. This one's headed for the rough.
And here we are with the 3rd shot. 4 shots behind our leader. Yes, anytime you can find the green and have a putt, you'll take it.
Outside chance of the birdie, but a 2-putt here is still good.
And that
Just
putt
can't.
just was never hit hard enough.
That will drive you bats.
I just can't.
Okay, let's head to the next. Currently 1 under for the event.
And moving down the leaderboard as well.
As you make the turn here at TPC Sawgrass, the 10th hole is a clever one.
Pretty basic par 4, just 424 yards from the back tee. Players take out a hybrid or a 3-wood, hit it out to the right-hand side, which will leave a short 2nd shot. However, lots of undulations on this green, so make sure your 2nd shot is the correct distance.
Handy effort, that one. Time to recap Bryson DeChambeau's effort from just a little while ago. Lining up for his 3rd now. 2nd shot here at the 10th. Oh, this one's right down the pipe.
Oh yeah.
What a shot. This one's for birdie. It's got a chance. Fair effort that. Good birdie. And with it, he'll move to a couple under par. He finds himself currently tied for 12th.
I tell you what, inching closer to that top spot on the leaderboard, things are definitely heating up.
And after a birdie at the last, he'll take the honor on the hole.
Par 5, 558 yards long. Avoid the fairway bunkers down the left-hand side, and you might have a hope of going forward in 2. However, you better be brave and you better know what you're doing, because this green will call you out on the 2nd shots if you're not careful.
of shape with that swing. Got to get the rhythm back.
Come on, I'm still good. I don't know why it went over there, though, to be honest. I mean...
Let's have a look at Bryson DeChambeau. This one's from downtown. Make sure you get the pace right. Okay, let's get back to the action. Getting ready to play their third. Just 3 back from the leader. Opting for the 9-iron. Oh, should be unpredictable. Don't know what you're going to get from the golfing gods here. Time now for the 4th shot.
Pitch.
Only a few shots off the pace. Well, a lovely opportunity to save par here.
Short game has been especially sharp today, Luke. Very impressive.
Oh.
That'll hurt the momentum. Yeah, well done. Moving down the leaderboard after that hole. Time to make a move. The tee is yours here at the 12th hole.
Par 4 12th, a new design in the last couple of years. Water all the way down the left-hand side, but it's a drivable par 4. Most players will bail out to the right, but the brave ones will take on the green with their tee shots. 2s and 3s are easy to come by, but so are 5s and 6s if you get it out of position.
Pitch.
Looks like they're going with the pitching wedge. A wonderful shot and a birdie opportunity coming up at the 12th.
Almost a gimme birdie there, Luke. Fantastic. This one's looking good.
What?
Good line. And with that, you can go and put a par on the card.
What just happened? What just happened? Never again. Never again. Never again.
13th is an unlucky number, but I don't see it for you. The tee is yours.
Never
So
again.
many different levels to this green. On the par 3, playing 181 yards.
I can make you chili cheese
Getting
fries
close.
later.
No, I got plenty of stuff to eat here. I'm fine.
But watch out if you hit the wrong
You said you
spot
were
on the
gonna
green.
go.
It'll be difficult to two-putt from there.
Go where?
To go get me food.
Oh, you look like you're already going.
Stupid.
I don't know Subway anyways.
Looks to be going with the 6-iron.
Don't fall.
Might be one club too many. Setting up miles from the hole. A bit low on that one. Well, Rich, from where I'm sitting, this looks makeable. Do you agree?
Look, I gotta say, I'm really not liking their chances here, but should
I did it again. I forgot to take the stupid... Bro. Bro, what all of a sudden this...
John, do you have any info down there?
Well, guys, this is Sergio Garcia.
Oh, that one just missed the hole. So after that hole, this is the current standings on the course. There's a few birdie opportunities out of the gate here on the second 9 at TPC Sawgrass, but it really starts to toughen up down the stretch, starting here with a difficult par 4 14.
difficult tee shot on this playing some 481 yards from the tip. You find the fairway, and you've got a decent chance of finding the green with your second shot. But if you're out of position anywhere on this hole, your number will go up exponentially.
opting for the hybrid, I think. And he's safely on the green with that shot.
Outside chance here for the birdie.
Oh my God, there's no way. There's no way it's that bad.
Yeah, well hold. Let's move on to the next. Eddie Fitzpatrick currently in the lead. We have a par 4 on this one.
One of the more simple tee shots on the golf course, par 4, 470 yards. Just a little fade required off the tee to the fairway. The green sits up above the fairway a little bit, surrounded by a couple of bunkers, but I gotta say, I like this hole. It's straightforward, it's simple, before you head into the final 3.
And choosing the 8 iron here. It's fair to say that wasn't their best shot.
Distance control nearly impossible coming out of this rough.
Setting up in the bunker here. Let's have a look at Bryson DeChambeau's effort. And here we are with the 3rd shot. Yeah, you hit a beauty, didn't you? Pretty straightforward 4-footer coming up here. Looking good. And the putt drops now even par. Matthew Fitzpatrick, our leader in this one. Just a few holes to play. Let's see how you handle the 16th hole.
Par 5, 486 yards. Fun-filled adventure waits. Find the fairway. Let's see how brave you are. Do you want to take on the 2nd shot and try and knock it on the green? Of course you do. But watch out. Lots of water awaiting a wayward 2nd.
Come on, man.
With sure hands like a James White. I wish, and it just doesn't work out, that Naheem Hines was coming off of his contract as unrestricted free agent, but he's got one more year left, because to me, he's young, 24. He's better than James White. That would be a guy that I would be like, oh my God, could you imagine him with Tom Brady in this offense? I think that would set the offense apart to be pretty spectacular. But unfortunately, guys have contracts, so he's got one more year left. So that's one of those covet. Hey, in one more year, if Brady comes back for another year,
man.
and we're still churning along here, could that be a guy in free agency year would be 2022, right? But yeah, I think running back is a position that they're going to continue to add to, whether that be through veteran or draft or both.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us, believe it or not, this is the season review show. We kick things off with a little bit of, rumors swirling around these past couple of days. You got to at least talk about it. But
well, the funny thing, I went back and listened to our one last year, and the first half hour, 35 minutes, is just Jameis Winston talking. That's all it was. So, not surprised. This is so this is kind of a theme. We'll get into it a little bit in a few minutes here, but yeah, we'd like to talk about a little bit about the future, because you're trying to win another one now, right? It's not about just getting one, and then that was the Bucs' the Super Bowl in
too. What was the last playoff win since this year? So don't want that to happen again. So, and I think a big difference between that is, like you said about the depth, they're going to have their first round picks. Whereas when they won the Super Bowl in 2002, they didn't. So, like, they didn't have those picks because they gave it for Gruden. So, I think that's going to make a big difference as well.
That was the difference that year, and I made this point on What the Buck, is that you knew they sold out everything that they had for the future to win that one. And thank God they did, because imagine if that didn't happen, right? So we knew anyone with logic, if they were a fan back then, would have the expectations like, oh, look, they're gonna struggle for a couple of years. And let's not forget that the draft classes, even with the guys that they brought in with Bruce Allen and John Gruden, maybe not the best evaluators from a talent standpoint, did not do much to help the team.
What?
If you have some of those guys that stick,
Oh, what a bad shot.
2-3 years of being an average to good football player, right? You could see potentially they could have been competitive, and then you add some veterans that just did not make a lot of sense. So you saw the direction that the team was.
Give me that.
This is a different situation. Obviously, you have an older coach. Probably not that many years. There's a lot of guys that are coming up on contracts soon. Even some of the younger guys, like a Carlton Davis. In a couple of years, you're going to have to bring back these guys and have the money to do so. But one of the things that the Bucs have in their favor at this point is depth at some key positions. Some young guys that they can groom behind some of these veterans, like Aaron Stinney, right? And you still got Kappa and Wirfs. So you're looking at some of your offensive linemen are still relatively young. It's just
that was all.
In a couple of years, Tom Brady would never surprise me to play until he's 45 years old. But I mean, plyometrics, baby. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, completely different situation versus what we experienced for the first Super Bowl.
Now, while we're on the topic of what's current, I think one more thing that we should discuss before we really get into the review here is the other rumor floating around, and it has to do with a particular defensive lineman by the name of J.J. Watt. This one is, a little bit more open as well, because there's a lot of other teams that are interested in him. Of course, you heard about Pittsburgh. They probably won't be able to make it work cap-wise, but right now you hear about Green Bay pitching an offer to him. Somebody reported something about Cleveland throwing out a $17 million a year, which is crush it, but the Bucs are a team that's kind of heavy in those talks as well, and that goes back to what we talked about at the top of the show. You've got these veterans who are sick of being on shitty teams, want to come to Tampa, take a little bit less to win a ring, and J.J. Watt finds himself in that situation. So, for a lot of people, I think you expect anywhere from like the $7 to $10 million range if the Bucs are throwing him an offer. But Evan, what do you think of the possibility of J.J. Watt?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and I mean, just like we talked about earlier, and you said, these types of players you're going to see linked to the Bucs. Quan Short was just released. Obviously, I don't think it's going to happen, and I wouldn't do it. I know you're shaking your head there, Fish, but I mean,
don't need an aging 3 technique in this defense.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, 5 years ago, sure. Now,
sure. No. Yeah, he's a very good player, but. I mean, and a lot of people could look at Watt and say, 5 years ago, yeah. But to me, he's a good fit in this defense, and he's the type of character that they want. He's the type of locker room guy, and talk about leader. You would have some of the best leaders in the NFL, I think. So it makes sense from a Bucs perspective, and it makes sense from a Watt perspective. He's never been to
this is going to be a wild shot.
Game. He's only ever been to the divisional round, and Houston is a complete dumpster fire right now. So get out of there. And I mean, can he make a bad choice? I don't think so, but I don't know if there's a
it bounces that good to get there. Whatever, no matter.
Todd Bowles, and two, a lot of the other defensive players that are here, just the talent that you'd be playing with. Assuming they bring back Barrett and like Lavonte David, the talent that you'd be playing with could open up a lot for you. And Tom Brady's on the other side, the other side of the ball. So I think it's definitely an intriguing thing for both situations, and we'll see what happens.
I would have had it.
I've heard some things, but
I would have had it if I didn't hit short.
I think there'll be a decision soon from Watt, but I don't know. I don't know how quickly it'll be. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of Buccaneers fans probably didn't watch a lot of Houston Texans games this year, right? And why would you? They were god awful, but they have exciting quarterback in Sean Watson. We we talked about when we kind of kicked into the free agency talk. We talked about now it's time to fit the player or find the players that fit the mold of this team, right, moving forward. And sometimes that's regardless of age. J.J. Watt is dynamic. Still, is he the J.J. Watt from years ago? No, but I believe from an analytics standpoint, you're looking at one of the absolute worst defensive lines that he played on. Not on him. They're still doubling him at a completely.
He was one of the most double-team defensive linemen in the NFL last year. Yeah.
Right, and not having a guy like Vita Vea, not having Shaq Barrett if he's back, JPP, and then you've got the linebackers behind him. Would I want to sacrifice potentially adding some other components? That's where we could really dive in and say, well, what if you get this player, and bring back this player and not have J.J. Watt? Then we could have a conversation about it. I think the Bucs would be, if we look at potential targets, because not knowing J.J. Watt personally, but he does ride a Peloton, so shout out to J.J. Watt. He could come to Tampa, and we could have competitions.
Does he have the branded shoes? Like, is he that down for the brand?
No. His output's not that good. What are you doing, J.J.?
Oh, man.
By you, man. Come on.
I've never done that before. Now all of a sudden,
but I think if you
I've done it 4 times.
Just assuming what J.J. Watt is.
Never had a problem. Now all of a sudden I have problems with it.
Team that's very close to making a run for a championship. So you all mentioned the top 3 teams. I don't think Pittsburgh has a chance. I think Pittsburgh is a team on the decline versus the rise. Exactly. Maybe, and I might be wrong when it all plays out, but I think they're losing some players. I think Green Bay, Cleveland, and Tampa make the most sense. Cleveland's a team on the rise. Green Bay is a team that has Aaron Rodgers left for a couple of years, and we'll see what his decision is here in a couple of years when he becomes a free agent. But to me, those are the most logical.
I think Buffalo makes some sense.
Buffalo does as well, but Buffalo's a team who I think is going to go after a couple defensive linemen and come on short. I would pencil in right now. Roster next year. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Basically the Buffalo Panthers.
Yeah, well, because you've got the familiarity there with the head coach, and that's where when you start linking free agents, you dive into what coaches that he previously played for and what's the staff, and so I think it makes a lot of sense. The defense to me was a huge strength of this team. Inconsistent at times, but pretty much the most solid component.
Bro, I'm done.
They weren't as inconsistent.
I'm done with this.
As what we saw on offense, and that makes sense, right? You're bringing in relatively the same guys that you had the previous season, outside of a couple. So that made a lot of sense, but I can't imagine how dynamic this team would be. Think about what they were able to do in the Super Bowl, where you put Vale on the outside and bring JPP in to go against the guards. Todd Bowles would have a freaking field day.
He would love it.
And I guarantee you, anyone who plays fantasy football, you'd be seeing the Bucs drafted as probably the number 1 defense, or at least in the top 2, top 3 defenses off the board because of the potential for sacks and
No, I don't want to.
I like the idea of it. I don't care how old he is. Let's get into it. We got our quarterback's 43 years old. Still playing at a high level, man. We proved already. J.J. Watt's not 40 years old. He's got a lot of good play in him, and if you go back and look at his tape, it's going to show you he doesn't have a lot of pieces around him. He could be.
I don't want to play.
Defense just to make it even better than what we saw specifically in the playoffs.
Let's go ahead and jump into this review. I think we've covered the rumor talk. We talked a little bit on the top of the show about expectations for this team this season, the expectations that they have set for themselves next season. Let's go way back to the spring when we just found out the Bucs had signed Tom Brady. What are your expectations then, Fisher? Were you one of those people who tried to keep it as realistic as possible, said that this team could make a playoff run, but will probably not make it to a conference championship, or that's the ceiling? Because I know that Evan and I both had them at 11-5. I'm pretty sure that I had them losing in the divisional round. I don't know.
I did too.
Yeah,
I had them beating Green Bay in the first round and then losing to New Orleans in the second round.
Yeah. So what did you have, Chris?
I think anyone who looks at this team objectively. And with logic and understanding the situation and the weird year that we've had with the pandemic and not having a legit training camp in preseason, I would think that, I always used to say this on the podcast, like, temper your expectations, right? I mean, it's a young quarterback, it's still a young team, it's a new coaching staff, it's all this, right? Yada, 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 all these different excuses. I thought, and I think other people who cover the team have said this too, that this was their learning year. It was their year to get back into the playoffs, start gelling as a football team, and then really come out on fire the next season and be Super Bowl favorites. We had conversations, we'll be brutally honest, we'll DM you guys and I, or Evan and I, and Evan's taken over as the curmudgeon of Buccaneers fandom, because I don't know how I get called a curmudgeon or that I have this negative outlook on the team. It's just, I mean, if they had a bad game, you're going to talk about they had a bad game. It's not like you're rooting for them to lose. But man, so Evan,
to some people believe I am. So.
Okay, well, that's fine. But Evan and I would have conversations, because you keep it real. But that's, come on. They don't blow smoke up people's ass. If they lost, if they got their ass handed to them by the Saints, they got their ass handed to them by the Saints. There's not much positive to talk about that week. And you guys cover the team now. I don't. Right? So it's going to come off that you're negative or whatever, but whatever. That's a whole nother situation. But the team was 7-5, and we would have conversations. And I even told you all from a content standpoint, like, it's essentially going to be the topic of conversation if they continue down that route of, wow, does this staff have what it takes to get this team over the hump? Right? Tom Brady can't do it all by himself, or these players that they have can't do it all by themselves. And it completely shifted. And there's a point in the season where it shifted. I disagree with when some say that it shifted. But kudos to someone who predicted them to win the Super Bowl. I would think that they were speaking more of fandom and wanted to come off like, well, I said that they were going to win. No one else expected it, so now it makes me look even smarter, right? But logic would say, this was going to be the learning curve year, get everyone on the same page, start to continue to add components to the team for next season, and then really be competitive for Super Bowl. But they went on a roll at the right time, man, and things all set up in the way they needed to be set up for this football team. And it worked out. And kudos to people who predicted them to win the Super Bowl. I did not. And I was pleasantly surprised, because I root for the damn team. I don't want them to lose every week. They were a hard team to root for, y'all, for a couple years. And there's personal stories behind that. But man, there were times I'm like, they lost. I mean, what the hell? I don't give a shit. But this coming into this year was different for me. It really was. The vibe felt different.
I think the Super Bowl hits differently for everybody who woke their ass up before 9 a.m. last season.
To watch London.
To watch 5 interceptions over the course of a game. I mean, that is the least fun I feel like you can have watching football before noon. Like, nobody wants to really get drunk at 9 a.m. and watch their team, you know what I mean? So a lot of people had to watch that game with a fresh mind, and for that to be the first thing that you woke up to, that's what made this team tough to watch, because for so many years it was 2 steps forward, 5 steps back, because they would just either shoot themselves in the foot or it wouldn't show up on the field, and nobody could really figure it out. It's a team that was cycling through coaches every 2 years, and I remember telling people who were like, oh, you need to just fire your coach. You're like, well, wait a minute, the system really hasn't kicked in yet. You got to give them at least, 4 years to see if it really pans out with these guys, and I mean, here we are. We talked about how sudden that change was for a team that was 7-9 just a year ago. To get to the Super Bowl and to win the damn thing. I mean, we knew that Tom Brady was going to come in here and take this team to another level, but the expectations this season were shattered, and I'm glad that you brought up that point at 7-5, because let's be honest, folks.
Oh my goodness!
To win the Super Bowl against Kansas City at a 7-5 after they had just got absolutely walloped by New Orleans on their home turf. They lost to the Rams. They lost to the Chiefs. All of those games in Raymond James.
Oh, straight. I wasn't even close to.
Lost to the Chiefs. So who would pick them to beat the Chiefs?
Nobody was at 7-5. Nobody was logically saying that this team could win out, set a franchise record for wins, and ultimately win the Super Bowl. And if you do,
all on the road, by the way.
Well, I mean, they've been a team that always kind of plays strong on the road. So I like that.
But like playoff games, that's different.
I love that narrative came to light, and it's funny as well because we'll kind of transition here. Expectations with this team. I feel like even with Jameis Winston under center, we always said that if the Bucs got their chance in the playoffs, they would be a tough team to beat. And obviously, everything came together this season, but that's exactly what they saw, and they just shattered expectations.
Well, before you chime in. Here's the difference, and I think people need to understand this. You all create Bucs content. And how you treat the situation when your team starts going on a slide. And this is just me, and this is just me who used to create content every week, and I was used to 2-14 and 6-10, and when the hell are they going to fire the coach? It's not that you all are coming out at a 7-5 and saying fire Bruce Arians, fire Todd Bowles. There are those reactions from fans, and that's perfectly fine. You're a fan. You can say whatever the hell you want to say. You can think whatever the hell you want to say. But as content creators, what you all do is there has to come a time where you can at least sit down. You have a podcast where you discuss these things. So if you started saying it's 7-5 and they started sliding, like, look, there's a lot of question on this. If this offense is doing enough to take advantage of the weapons that they have, right? Why aren't we seeing pre-snap motion? Why aren't we seeing more play action on first down? It's okay as a fan to question that, I feel. And you all as content creators, and you guys on the Cannon Fire podcast, because that's why you listen, is that just potentially have that conversation of, does it make sense that we're at least looking and saying, this certain coach might not be working out? It's not y'all are beating the drum like, fire Bruce Arians, fire Jason Light, fire every single one of them. But you look at what's currently happening, right? And that's what you break down. And it might change week to week. And look what happened to this team. They got after the bye, they got hot. Not in the first half against Atlanta, so let's not forget that, because everyone was fucking jumping off the bridge when they got down against Atlanta, and they're like, oh my God, like this is literally, the wheels are coming off, guys. So, and look how it shifted, and they didn't lose a game since.
All right, yeah, I agree, and we'll get into it. But the first quarter, so obviously quarters of the season are 4 games, so there's 4 quarters of a regular season, and then we have 4 extra games to talk about, which we've never had to do, so it'll be fun.
So let's take a look at that first 4 quarters. The Bucs started 3-1. Their first 3-1 start in 15, 18 years, something like that. I mean, it's been an incredibly long time since this team had to start. Week 1, it started with a loss to the Saints, and obviously those division games hurt. We came into that game with I think a little bit higher expectations than what they put on the field, and it's okay because what everybody brought up was no OTAs, no preseason, no training camp, all of that good stuff. I guess that's a valid excuse. Brady was still finding chemistry with his guys, but to kind of also support the narrative and the expectations that people had about the season, the Bucs went on to win 3 in a row, and I mean, they won those games pretty handily, except for maybe that Chargers game where we scored. Yeah, the Chargers, which, by the way, that comeback speaks for itself. But
yeah, what were they down? 24-7, right?
Yeah, I mean, to Justin Herbert, who, by the way, rookie of the year, good season for him. But this team went out there and beat the teams that they needed to beat, and they did it in convincing fashion for 2 weeks in a row. And then, of course, they played their asses off in the second half against the Chargers, and ultimately came out winning that one, which was important as well. So it proved that, one, we usually can't count this team out, which we saw later on in the season against Atlanta. But at 3-1, I think a lot of people were feeling pretty good with temporary expectations, I guess, is how they came into the season.
I think, yeah, I mean, obviously people were very upset after the first game, and I think it's maybe just because it's the Saints, right? And everyone, if you're a Bucs fan and you don't hate the Saints, what the hell?
All right.
I mean, come on, everyone hates the Saints. I can't stand Cam Jordan. I think he's a piece of shit personally, but
no, dude, I'm telling you, the guy looks like a supervillain. You've seen that picture of him with his stupid ass mustache, right?
I hate him.
He looks like
hate
he
him. I'm
tries
sorry.
to railroad tracks in his free time. Like
I don't like saying I hate players, but man, watch the guy swing on guys. Like, come on, you're dirty.
He's just dirty. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't. And Jensen got right in his face after that punch too that he wasn't protected for.
Right. So don't tell me that he was just going for the ball. Give me a break.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, you start slow, but if you look at it, I think the crazy thing about the Saints game, it was an uncharacteristic, said that while I'm drinking a beer, game from Tom Brady because of the turnovers.
Yeah.
So they were down 24-7 in that game and put up 10 straight points to get back in and cut it to 7, right? Yeah. It seemed very much like a Jameis Winston football team.
Come on, man.
But then you look at it. So you take care of business. You take out Carolina. It was at Denver, right? Was the game 3?
Yeah, at Denver. Yep.
And then you come out and you're like, oh my God, what's going to happen against the Chargers? But the difference for me in this team was I have confidence that they can come back, right? They're at home. This defense is going to step up and be pretty solid, clean it up a little bit, and Tom Brady's been here
Tom
before.
Brady, yep.
You know, and unfortunately, I think that's the game we lost O.J. Howard.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but yeah, 3-1. I mean, how could you be upset as a Bucs fan that team?
Yeah. So actually, so in those 4 games, Tom Brady had actually thrown his only 2 pick sixes of the season, and we were like, "Is this gonna be like a normal thing? Like, is this like just? I guess is this just Bruce Arians' offense that you just throw pick sixes? I mean, yeah, like you said, that first game was a very like Jameis Winston vibe, especially after that pick six to Janoris Jenkins. It just, and then right after that they went down and scored right away, so they got back into it. Like it was a very, very Jameis Winston vibe game, but. I mean, you're playing a team in New Orleans that's been together for years, and that's the advantage they're going to have. So, yeah, it was good. Like you said, just you're better than Carolina. You beat Carolina. Basically manhandled Denver. I mean, out of the 4 games, this was the one that wasn't very good.
No, guys. I think you're smelling Jack in the Box food. Huh? Were you crying?
Was the Chargers game Herbert's first start?
No, his first start was Kansas City. That was when Tyrod got long.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So, yeah, then obviously, they manhandled Denver, just completely overwhelmed their offensive line. And then, that Chargers one was very satisfying because, that was like the first time, like, it seemed like whenever, in years past, when they would go down a lot, they'd be able to come back, but they were never able to finish the job.
Yeah, never enough. I know the Colts game is a game that sticks out to me, but that was, I mean, you separate that from every other game.
Yeah, that was like the one comeback.
Right. You look at however many they had up until that point, it wasn't very many.
Look at like 2018 Cincinnati, right? When Fitzpatrick came in and almost led them to the comeback, right? They tied them up and then they ended up losing.
Yeah.
The Giants that year in New York.
The Falcons game that came down to the last play.
Yeah, they came back on that one. So, in years past they haven't been able to complete those, and now this year you can just tell this team was different. So now, I mean, they're 3-1, 2-0 at Raymond James Stadium, and then we get into the second quarter of the season where they have a game against Chicago. This might have been the most frustrating one.
This is funny because this next 4-game stretch, you got Chicago, which you just mentioned, we'll talk about. After that, you got Green Bay, Las Vegas, and the Giants. The Bucs also went 3-1 on that stretch. Yeah, they beat the hell out of Green Bay and Vegas, based off New York. But it was a different kind of 3-1 because we'll talk about the Chicago game now. But the same questions kind of came back around during the Giants game because this is a Giants team that should have been, competing as much as they were. The Bucs ultimately won.
Beating them last year.
The Bucs ultimately won an ugly game, but I think a lot of people's expectations were going back into questioning the staff and kind of the long term of where they see this team once the postseason comes around. Because I remember the Giants game. If we lost that game, everybody's like, well, damn, you're still in an okay spot, but
you got the Rams, the Chiefs, and the Saints upcoming. So.
Exactly, it doesn't look good. So it was a critical win for them. But let's talk about that Chicago game. Holy hell, this is the I hate to say the most pivotal game of the season, but when it comes to how people respond.
Come on, man, I could win this.
This was definitely one of the more pivotal games of the season.
I think this was a big game as far as the turning point for the discipline. Right? I think I seriously think that like Brady screaming at those guys.
Those Jensen flags were bullshit. At least one of them was completely shit.
Yeah, a lot of it. Are you talking about that one drive where it was just like?
Yeah, they started. They lost momentum, kept going backwards.
And actually the Bucs had the lead late in that game.
You remember the shot roughing the passer? That doesn't go away.
Oh my God, that was.
On third and 19.
Yeah, it was something right. I think it was a little bit shorter than that. It was definitely like third and long.
It was long enough that they should have converted the goddamn thing.
Definitely, I think it was like third and 14, third and 15, something like that. But yeah.
Go to Twitter and tell me who's right. I say 30-19. Evan says
30-14.
yeah, 30-14. We'll do a competition. All right. People usually steer away from my competitions at the round, but that's a different story.
You know, like I said, this is just a frustrating one because you knew like this Bucks team was probably better than this Bears team, and the Bucks also they jumped out to what was it? The lead, and you lose 20-19. I mean, man, oh man, the Keyshawn Vaughn fumble really changed the whole game.
Oh man,
when he got rocked like that, and yeah, that was unfortunate. And then I mean, the Bears scored 2 touchdowns in like a minute 30 to take the lead 14-13 and a half. And then. Of course, there was some situations late in the game where do you go for a 4th down, do you kick the field goal, the Bucks ended up kicking the field goal. I said they should have gone for it. So I thought that was a bad move by the state.
I'm telling you, so that game really set me off at that point. Because I don't know, whatever, if you have an analytics guy, whatever it is, you're down 2 points. You have 1 yard to go. You're on the 7-yard line. It's 4th and 1. And this is what started kind of. I'm not a fan who says, "Oh, I love all your catchphrases and talk and all that." You know, you're a cool guy. Like, I want to go drink a beer with you. I want you to win fucking football games, y'all.
Are you saying you didn't buy the Buck Ogres T-shirts when they first started coming out?
Look, win games, man. But saying no risk it, no biscuit, and all this stuff, it doesn't get me excited.
Yeah.
You're not no risk it, no biscuit because you have a vertical offense. Hello, it's freaking 2021. It's the NFL.
Everybody's got a vertical.
Everyone throws the ball, right? It comes down to your game management, the decisions that you make. And at that time, it really pissed me off. And what came to bite the Raiders when we played them was John Gruden did the same thing. He didn't go for it.
Yeah.
And I think we rattled off 21 points in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
So there's a key moment in the game, and you're down 2 points, and you're no risk it, no biscuit, and it's 4th and 1. And I think it was a short 4th and 1 too, if I remember correctly.
It wasn't great at all.
I mean, I get it if you convert the field goal, it puts you up 1 point, but then you're all the Bears need is 1 field goal. They're at home, and then they win the game. So I didn't understand the logic. That game really pissed me off. And then the other one, I mean, huge, obviously the Packers game.
Well, and the Chicago game was also when they lost Vita Vea, so that was obviously a huge turning point.
Yeah, that was
late in the game. That was late in the game too. There was like 3 minutes left in the 4th, I think.
Was that a Monday Night Football game?
Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
Oh,
that was just a bad vibe. That was a bad vibe. As a fan, that was really a bad vibe coming
Well, and one
especially
more thing,
because that injury.
One more thing I want to tag along to what you had said. You brought up, Bruce Arians, and a lot of people at this time, including us here on the show, questioned his decision making. And this wasn't.
That was the first time I went off on them.
But this wasn't a new topic. You know what I mean? This wasn't something that just came around this year. It wasn't growing pains of working with Tom Brady and a new offense that he has to get used to. It was something that we had talked about throughout the 2019 year. It is something that lost them that game against the Giants that nobody wants to forget because he just decided to back up Mac 5 yards for God knows what the hell reason. And so a lot of people who, like you have said, Chris, look at this game critically and look at this team when you're balancing wins and losses. That's a move that potentially loses you a football game. And I mean, now that we're looking at it, hindsight's 2020. It's ultimately probably what played a big helping hand in the Bucs losing that football game.
And I don't think you can. If we talk about just single out a coach, you can't judge a coach based off of what he did somewhere else, right? As fans, I don't give a shit what he did in Indianapolis. We're just talking specifically about Bruce. We're talking Coach Arians. I'll show respect. He's Super Bowl champ. But I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be your friend off the football field. I'm not trying to be buddies with your kid. I don't care if I'm a content creator. I want to be objective, and you could point to specific situations the year before. You nailed the Giants game, and I think with the decision, and then I think what was frustrating as a fan that season, regardless of the turnovers, that's enough. But was the backpedaling. So you hear something in the post game, but then the next day it's like, well, no, I didn't mean that. So, what's real? So it was very frustrating to see some of the decisions. What you challenge, what you don't challenge, right? That previous year.
Yeah.
So that led up to then this decision, and it obviously didn't cost the team the season. The Super Bowl champs, man. But it was just another one that I was like, man, what?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And
Go ahead. Just as a disclaimer, I wanted to kind of tag on to the end. That's the spirit of the season review show. Like, I think a lot of people are jumping in and they're listening to us talk shit about Coach.
They're like, oh my God, like, what is this?
Right. Listen, we're going to talk about the peaks and the valleys all throughout this season, and we're going to wrap it up on a good note, I promise.
of course. Well, they won the Super Bowl, right?
They did. They won. They won the last
brother.
game, I believe.
That was
they
not...
dominated that Super Bowl, by the way.
Bring it all full circle before we move on to our next quarter. In the first quarter, we're like, wow, we got a team now that regardless of how many points they get down, we're not going to be disappointed because they could pull it off, right? We didn't have that. It was like, they'll get so close, they're going to disappoint us. They'll miss a field goal, they'll throw an interception, or Then in the second quarter, it's like, well, what is this team's true identity? Are they a team that is going to come back and get down and win football games? Because then we saw them get up in games, and then they let teams crawl back. And not so much the defense, because the offense just started becoming very inconsistent, in my opinion. Stalled drives.
Stalling out. The slow start is the persona that this team carries for quite a few weeks on the offense, is that they couldn't score any damn points in the first quarter again.
And this is where you get into the critique of what's their play call on first down. Why aren't we seeing more play action? So, in that quarter, I think that's where we saw the reactions from fans and folks who cover the team of what team do we actually have here? Because now you're going into your toughest stretch and your toughest quarter. And a win is a win. I don't care. They beat the Giants. They didn't look good doing it. They didn't look good doing it. But then it's like, oh, man, that's what they're going to do. Now imagine they got the Rams defense coming up. They got the Saints defense coming up. Like, offense struggled against the Giants. Now we got to see what plays out here for the next quarter.
Just to recap it really fast. Lose to the Bears. Kick the crap out of the Packers. After being down 10-0, by the way. So.
An undefeated team at the time who ultimately had the MVP under center.
Aaron Rodgers,
almost completely play this season. Jamel Dean, potentially, right?
That might have been. If that doesn't happen, the Packers go up 17-0, that game's over.
Yeah.
That definitely could have been. And then the Raiders game, that
screwed up.
Yeah, and I mean, it did feel like the Raiders defense just couldn't hang with the Bucs offense a lot. So that was a good game for the Bucs offense.
And they got rid of their defensive coordinator.
I think it was a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, I think.
And that Raiders game also, let me just throw this in there, that Raiders game has my play of the year. I don't know if you guys have a play of the year picked out, but we saw that Tom Brady to Scotty Miller connection, that beautiful bomb to the corner of the end zone. That was that first throw that I had seen from Brady where I looked at my TV, watched the replay, and said, holy shit, he still got it.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, I mean, we talk about expectations for this team, expectations for Tom Brady coming into a new system, a 43-year-old quarterback. I mean,
all he does is think and dunk. So
right? The guy doesn't have an arm anymore.
Behind this offensive line. Come on.
Yeah, this offensive line.
This many times. Just imagine.
But that was the play that just, you know what I mean? Like, it was that first throw from Tom in Tampa that I had just been, holy hell. That play got me excited. That one sticks out to me.
They end up narrowly beating the Giants because of a controversial non-call and 2-point conversion.
That's right. I forget.
I'm gonna be biased, but I thought it was fine. They barely escaped that. So then, I mean, at this point, the Chicago loss is frustrating, but they're 6-2 going into this Sunday night game against the Saints. Like, what more could you ask for, right? Like, this is the situation you want. Yeah, I think the Saints were either 6-2 or they had a very similar record at that point. And of course, this is the one game I went to. Why not?
You took 2 L's that week. You lost the King of the Wing competition, and you had to sit through 4 quarters of the Bucs just getting paddled.
It was a rough week.
Did you like the ASMR, the terrible audio that we had?
Can I give y'all some feedback? It's not attractive to watch, and if you're into it, you're into it. It's not attractive to watch 2 dudes eat wings and inhale them. Yeah. Guys, I was like, look, I got through 5 minutes and I was like, oh man.
Dude, I'm telling you, it would have. I feel like it ultimately would have been pulled off a lot better if maybe we had like a commentator. You know what I mean? A third person who would talk. Yeah. Because I also didn't realize that the microphone was close enough to our mouth to where it was just constant inhaling. I mean, if you close your eyes, it'll make your mother blush. That's how bad it is. But let's talk about this next quarter of the season. The team is 6-2 headed into this game with New Orleans, and we kind of said that this Week 9 game is going to decide who wins the NFC South. It ultimately did in very decisive fashion, but this is also a very important quarter of games because it stretched that narrative and it begged people to ask the question, what can this team accomplish? Because, we kind of learned over the first few weeks that they're going to beat the teams they're supposed to beat.
Terrible.
All right, so they lost to New Orleans 38-3, which nobody saw coming, but it's the outlier on the season. Whatever, you move past it, you bounce back, you put up almost 50 points on Carolina, you beat a team that you should beat to go to 7-3, and then you've got LA and Kansas City. And like I said, the question at this point, how does this team perform against good teams, right? They're going to beat the teams that they are supposed to beat. And they've done that up until this point, except for maybe Chicago. But how are they going to handle some of the best teams in the NFL? Well, they lost all those games. They lost to the Rams, they lost to KC, and here they are at 7-5. It's interesting because at this point, people have been begging for the Bucs to be 7-5 at this point in the season. But how this team got there to go from 6-2 to 7-5, 1-3 over these 4 games, it's a damn critical stretch. And I mean, it allowed the bye week to come around at the best possible time.
Yeah, I've been punched in the face. Sorry, Evan. Go ahead. You go first. I'm gonna sip my beer.
So, I think the Rams game might have been the most. Honestly, I mean, New Orleans, they just got their butts kicked, right? I mean, it's simple. It really is. There's no way around it. They got outplayed in every single part of the game. And, I mean, you could tell once New Orleans was up 14-0, Rhett, you are one of the most optimistic fans that I know. And you texted me, you said the game's over. They were, I believe it was either 14-0 or 21-0. You said this game's done.
Well, you could just tell. I mean, I know we've talked about how this team started to show that they can compete in games where they're down like that, but a team like the Saints, especially this regular season, it was just a much. That's when I had kind of just thrown in the towel.
Well, they got punched in the face and they didn't respond. But again, if you look at it, they got the matchup in the playoffs, right? That's why I was salivating. Give me the fucking Saints. You got punched in the mouth and you didn't get back up, and they celebrated, and that's fine. They're players; they're allowed to do so. I personally think that you look like a fool appropriately, but I guarantee you that this set up. Eat your fingers. But this set up Tampa, in my opinion, if I got my ass,
These guys are pissing me off, and I'm messing me up.
And I get up that game. If I get a rematch against you, you better watch out. And it's on your turf. I'm gonna put you in the ground, man. And that's what they did to Drew Brees. So I think that game was pivotal. It helped because of the fact that how can you not be? It's the playoffs already, guys. I know we're jumping ahead, but it's the. You're 0-2 against them. You think Tom Brady doesn't lose 2 games in a row to the same team? You think he's going to lose 3? If you didn't come into that game and think Bucs are going to do this and it's going to happen and they're going to retire Drew Brees. So I do think that game was pivotal for the season overall. And you look at games like, the Kansas City game was close, the Rams game was close, but the narrative changed a little bit with fans and with you all as content creators, folks that cover the team as, can this team, this is a good football team, but can they beat the teams that are looked at as good to great football teams, right? And they hadn't done it. They hadn't done it yet outside of the Packers. Right? But it's a week-to-week league, I mean, shit, who was it? Damn, I mean, Atlanta almost knocked off Kansas City. You look at, and there's upsets. The Jets beat the Rams, or I know the Dolphins.
The Jets beat the Rams. The Panthers almost knocked off Kansas City.
So I mean, you've got week to week, right? So, but I think fans just expected win one of these games against 3 of who was predicted to be in the playoffs between the Chiefs, the Saints. I think the Chiefs and the Saints were probably picks. If you look at percentages, probably the Super Bowl matchup.
Oh yeah.
So I think it was pivotal what happened in that game and the matchup that then happened in the playoffs. But this is a very disappointing time. And it was, now let's see how they respond. And they're 7-5. So then What do they have? You know?
Yeah, I think if the Bucks win that game versus New Orleans in the regular season, like, yeah, they still may win in the playoffs, but yeah, like you said, it's a different vibe. And I had actually, I picked Green Bay to beat the Bucks in the AFC title game, but the week before, I picked the Bucks to win because I said, like, Tom Brady's not losing 3 times in a row.
Not 3 times. No way in hell.
It's not happening. So, yes, like Brady, he didn't play his best ball, but you know what? He got the job done, and that defense, yeah, like you said, absolutely buried Drew Brees. So, look, the Rams game, I want to talk about this for a second. So, obviously, the Chiefs game, we'll be able to talk about the Chiefs later, so I want to focus on the Rams for a second. To me, this was the more frustrating of the 2 losses at home there by identical scores, because I think the Bucks had the more opportunities to actually take control of this game, and it's just where the coaching staff really failed them, because that was like the one game I think where like the vertical style and just the deep shot or no shot was really evident, and that's the Rams defense takes that away, and the Bucks had success underneath that whole game, and they just kept going away from it. I think that was one of Brady's worst games, if not his worst game of the year. The defense had a rough first half, but then you know what, man? They got 2 turnovers in the second half. Jason Pierre-Paul and Jordan Whitehead with interceptions, and then the Bucks offense just couldn't hold up their end of the bargain. So I think that was the more frustrating of the 2. I think Kansas City, get down 17-0, whatever. But yeah, I mean, you guys are right. 7-5. You're looking at these next 4 games, and the Vikings were in the playoff hunt still at the time, so they're the next opponent, and if you lose to them, they jump you. Like, they jump you in the playoff race, so that's a pivotal game coming up. But there's an important bye week, which I think a lot of people, when the schedule first came out, everybody, man, that bye week's late, right? Like, I think it's the Panthers and the Bucks obviously had the same bye week because the NFL this year did the week 2
Let's do
matches.
this.
We have the bye week. So this is the latest the bye week's ever gone in the NFL history. So week 13, I think, looking back on it, it couldn't come at a better time.
Oh, yeah, no way. To wrap up the Rams game, and I think you made a couple very good points, Evan. There's some key things I think that were frustrating from the game. But the game was tied, I think, with 4 minutes left.
It was 24, 24.
The Bucks were driving with a chance to win it. I remember that was the only game I got to go to in person this year, and the last thing I expected was for Tom Brady to overthrow his receiver and throw a pick on the last drive of the game.
Or in the Cameron break, though.
Come on.
Yeah, so I think the most frustrating thing coming out of that game was Leonard Fournette looked awful that game. I think that was the game where the receivers... I know this was the game where the receivers dropped balls.
I think it might have been where the running backs didn't have a catch.
I'm sorry, running backs.
And they had, they didn't have a catch, and they had like 6 or 7 drops or something.
Yeah, and that's the one where it's like, well, why you drafted Keyshawn Vaughn? Like, he can't catch the ball? I mean, these so the running back, the rushing game was extremely porous that game. And that's where you had, they made Jared Goff look like as MVP. 12 catches for Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp had 11. Both had over 130 yards.
First time in Rams history that both wide receivers went over double-digit receptions in the game.
So I agree. I mean, that was a very frustrating game, and I think it's because those specific components. That was, defense looked suspect at times, and then offense was frustrating. And we saw two interceptions by TB as well, which is uncharacteristic, and the running games struggled. So that was the turning point as far as I think fans objectively to say, oh shit, are the wheels about to come off?
Yeah. Are they not as good? Right?
Enter Kansas City. Right? I mean, you wanted a big win coming into the matchup, which ended up being a difficult matchup, but we won the one that counted.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I think what jarred people the most when you look at the Kansas City game and how that went was, Tyreek Hill getting, 3 games worth of receiving yards in what felt like 6 minutes. I don't think anybody expected that. We knew that Kansas City was coming in with a very high-powered offense and it would be a test for the secondary, but I think everybody came to the assumption that if Kansas City really wanted to, they could have put up 600, 700 total yards on the Bucks. Just keep chucking it deep to Tyreek Hill. That's all they had to do after.
I think I tweeted out at some point. I think I was like, "This is the New Orleans game," and then I was like, "Oh no, this is worse." And then, because if you remember, Shaq Barrett got a strip sack, but the Chiefs were up 17-0 in the red zone. I believe it was first and goal or second and goal. They're about to go up 24-0. And then Shaq Barrett got that huge strip sack, so that really changed the game. But yeah, this one was just you dug yourself too deep of a hole.
Yeah, the Bucks. Bucks outscored them 17-7 in the second half. Which, knowing if this was, I think Tony Romo called it. Y'all asked who called Kansas City and Tampa.
Yeah, he did right at the end of that game.
They said. I think Romo said this is your Super Bowl matchup.
Jim
he said something.
Romo would never do that. At least he's not Troy Aikman. He's the veteran of the Cowboys quarterback.
Definitely.
Let's go.
And I'm not a Dallas fan, but it's true.
So, I think he said something along the lines of, it wouldn't surprise me if we see both these teams back here in this same situation. So
he wouldn't have said that if the Bucks didn't show up in the second half and outscore them 17-7. And I think that's if you look at a prelude to the Super Bowl, this is what should have given Bucks fans hope that the
in the second half,
all world Patrick Mahomes and their offense could be slowed down. Once Todd Bowles gets his team doing what they need to do,
it was the one of, a handful of times that Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes in particular looked a little bit vulnerable, was the second half of that game. And, the Buccaneers ultimately didn't make it a close game that they could have won. They didn't get the job done. But here we are at 7-5. It is the bye week. Could not come at a better time. We talk about expectations for this team. A lot of people see them running the table. They're going to beat Minnesota, Atlanta, Detroit, beat Atlanta again. And that's exactly what they did. But at the same time, you look at these games, and I remember the toughest games that we talked about is either going to be the Minnesota game or or maybe that first Atlanta game.
One of the Atlanta games.
Yeah, because it's hard to sweep it.
Oh, let's go.
How good of a team you are.
I needed that.
Possibility of going 3-1, finishing 10-6. 10-6 with this team, man. It just felt incredibly underwhelming. And I know that this was a season where expectations were raised and lowered and questions were being asked. But regardless,
I knew it.
10-6
I
did
felt
feel
it.
a little bit underwhelming if they went that route, right? Like, am I right? You lose to one of those that you're playing, and it's just not a great look.
Right. I wanted double digits. I mean, again, I'm used to a team that's 6-10, 7-9. So getting a double digits, I think, would have been a huge step because, we talked about early on, expectations going into the season. I didn't expect it to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, too much.
The playoffs, I thought, was going to be just fine, and I think we saw the fear in the first half of the Atlanta game. But apparently, in the bye week, they figured out that play action works with this team that we have, and they figured out that pre-snap motion sometimes is good too. You don't have to run the ball every single time on first down. So whatever works, right? I don't know if the staff has said fuck it, we're gonna let TB do what TB does, right?
Nope, too much. If I just stayed on my line.
Greatest quarterbacks ever played a game, man. I'd be like, hey Tom, what do you want to do? I'm thinking of calling this. What do you want to do? Yeah. Oh, you want Cam Brate on this plate?
I'm 110% convinced that's exactly how it happened. I think during the bye week they sat down, had a conversation, talked to Tom, said, hey, how can we make you more comfortable? I mean, Bruce kind of let the cat out of the bag during the playoffs and said, Tom's the type of guy where sometimes you just sit back and watch. But if you really look at the situation of this team, you look at Bruce Arians and where he is at in his career, the faith that he has in his staff, and obviously the faith that he has in TB12, I have no doubt in my mind that that's ultimately, where this offense was coming into the playoffs, because they really did start to embrace that short passing game, and it opened up a whole new world for them.
Yeah, so this was, they have a big game versus the Vikings, and they come out, and it's kind of a pedestrian day on offense, but I think they took advantage of their opportunities, and the Bucs defense, this is when you're really starting to see the Bucs defense clamp down in second halves and fourth quarters of games, because that game was close the entire way. The Bucs had some separation late in the third quarter, but then Minnesota started to climb back.
Kirk Cousins was Mr. Fourth Quarter at the time.
Right, and then, Bucs fans were getting, shades, the you like that thing, and I know Fisher was covering that one because I remember listening to the podcast afterwards. So I do.
The Washington game from years ago. Yeah, man.
You like that?
Perfect.
Oh wow, one of the most.
Don't get no perfect in that.
I've ever covered in the short time that I covered the team. Wow, that was. That's when Peter Port came out and Scott said, it's time to move on from.
Yeah.
That was
That was the turning point. That was the one. He said, I think, I forget what he said. collapsed the Capitol or
Was
something.
35-7?
No, it was 24-0, I think, or something.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, something like that. It was like 24-0 at halftime or something like that. I don't remember.
Oh man.
I mean, you're 100%. You know, the defense and the offense.
Needs to find a patch of
9
gravity.
points.
Mm.
9 points in the second half against Minnesota.
Jeez, way.
The defense shut out Minnesota in the fourth quarter. And, you know, the 3 games going into. I mean, Atlanta. Not a good football team. Detroit, I think, was at that time the worst football team in the NFL. And beating Atlanta again. But here's the deal: the team doesn't make the schedule. The coaches don't make the schedule, and the players don't make the schedule. So go out and do your business. And it's important in the NFL to go on a roll towards the end of the year. Because if you would have backed this up to the Rams game, and I would have asked both of you, and most fans, if they're thinking objectively, and said, who's your team that you're looking at right now that looks good from the NFC that's going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl? And I bet 75% of people would have said, well, the Rams. I mean, Jared Goff just clicked against Tampa. The defense did really well. They picked off Tom Brady twice. And then look how quickly that shifts. Right? Then they started, I mean, they went just downhill.
I think it was early December. I had tweeted I thought it was going to be the Rams and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Right. And, Seattle was playing good at the time. So, again, this is a week-to-week league. But when you get hot, and you get hot as you get towards the end of the season, you get that confidence as a football team. And they started clicking.
Come on, give me.
They had, obviously the COVID situation towards the end of the year with Devin White. And you got to look at, I don't want to fast forward to the playoffs, but we're almost there, guys. So the matchups worked out, I think, in the Bucs' favor, but they had to get through some key components missing for that first matchup against Washington, which ended up being probably their toughest game.
Yeah. So they beat. Sorry, Red. They beat Minnesota. Now they beat Atlanta, but I wanna fast forward here to halftime in Atlanta. We've mentioned it here. Now we're finally able to talk about it. This is the game we're on. Not good. the Falcons defense is horrible, and the Bucs offense looked awful. They looked out of sync. The defense was really on the field. It felt like the entire first half. I remember I was actually watching the game with my cousin, who's not even a Bucs fan, but he was in and out of the room and stuff. And he goes, "Man, every time I looked, I think Atlanta has the ball." And every single time I looked, they have the ball. And the Bucs offense, it was just, I don't know, if Atlanta was a better football team, that game would be done too. I mean, it was just, it was bad. And I think the second half of that game, the 2 turning points that people look at, it's either 1, the bye week, or 2, the second half of the Atlanta game.
That's what I called. It completely started the momentum, and it proved again that regardless of the score, this is a different Bucs team. This is not the team that you watched last year, the year before that, where they get down. And they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Oh, damn. Interception, fumble, missed field goal, penalty. This, to me, was the turning point of the year coming out after half. Regardless of the team, we've said it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the team won 5 games or if they won 11. It's NFL. It's week to week.
Right.
Huge. Because then they went on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, and the defense yet again in the second half, clamping down on Atlanta, and then the next one, Detroit. We don't have to spend too much time. That's when they clinched the playoff game. They completely just manhandled that team. So
it was the most boring game I've ever watched this year.
that was actually.
A career day for Tom Brady in 2 quarters. He didn't even have to play the second half. We got Blaine Gabbert connecting with Robert Townsend for a touchdown. Yeah. So that's the thing about this offense, and I want to circle back around to this part of the conversation. Was the questions headed into the bye week is what are they going to do about this offense? I remember saying here on the show that I think Antonio Brown has ruined this offense because it seemed like the timing.
A lot of people thought that.
It seemed like the timing had worked out perfectly, that they had just forgotten how to play football by the time AB got into town, and this last 4-game stretch proved all of us wrong. But, yeah, they were taking teams to the woodshed. I mean, they beat Detroit by 40 points in just the first half. You know what I mean? It would have been maybe a little bit less of a deficit if you don't throw You know what I'm trying to say. It would have been a bigger deficit if you let Tom Brady play all 4 quarters, but they were a playoff team at this point, and they weren't going to do that. You finish off strong against Atlanta, you sweep a division opponent, and you finish the season 11-5. This offense, and I guess this team, was really playing the best football that they had played all year headed into the playoffs, and that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, Brett, let me, you just said something about AB, right?
Yeah.
You cannot like a player. Right? I mean, you can have that opinion. Personally, say like it's personal stuff. I think this player's a piece of shit. I mean, personally, I'm not. I can't root for them in their individual. If they help the team, great. If the players like them, that's fine. You have every right as a fan to say, I personally don't like this guy, and maybe just based off of what happened, I'm going to have the opinion that it didn't help the team, and that's fine. And then 6 weeks later, someone's like, "Well, they won the Super Bowl. Go fuck yourself." Okay, well, I mean, it doesn't change my opinion. Well, I hated Kellen Winslow. Oh God, to me, one of the worst moves ever as a fan was that trade. I think they had to trade for him. I couldn't stand him. I thought and look, he ended up. Look at the character he ended up being, right? And that's not me saying I told you so. Just like, man, I love that the teams. If the team's going to win football games, they won 10. I think that year they had him with Josh Freeman. I don't have to root for him individually, man. I don't have to like you as a person. I didn't like many Bucs players back in the day. So you can do your background on these guys, and there are certain players that I think as fans you gravitate to, right? I gravitated to Adam Humphries or Joe Jurevicius or Mike Allstott and Ryan Jensen.
Get over there.
Murray,
Get over there.
All these players throughout the year.
Good hit.
Work done. They're just huge. And
good bounce.
You have every right to have that opinion, Brett. I mean,
well, it wasn't even so much as a personal standpoint. Like everything, we even started. I think it was our live stream or like the day after podcast that they had signed him, where we opened it up and said, preface AB is a piece of shit off of the field. But it wasn't even so much from a personal standpoint. It was from a football standpoint because it's like, well, maybe there's an
let's go. I needed that.
Maybe there's an urgency to
Eagle, baby.
This guy in, and it's a little unnecessary, and it's messing everybody's rhythm up, and that's kind of the direction I was coming from. So I mean, while he off the field, he did help us win a Super Bowl, and ultimately ended up being a good move football-wise.
And if it didn't work out, then Jason Light would be taking a huge critique right now.
Well, yeah,
being celebrated as the best executive in the NFL.
As
so
the guy
again,
who took a chance on the guy that nobody else wanted.
Yeah.
Right? So you never know. I mean, if it worked out like it did, great. He's the best. If it wouldn't have worked out, people would have
still get me a damn birdie. Let's go.
To Leonard Fournette. They would have pointed to the AB signing and say, did it throw off the chemistry of the football team? Why can't you get guys like Scotty Miller and Tyler Johnson and Ronald Jones and Keyshawn Vaughn? The storyline would have completely changed. It's just sports, guys. This is what happens. You never know.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely interesting because obviously Antonio Brown's first game was that game versus New Orleans, right? And nobody had a good day, right? So, I think many fans were just frustrated with that because, so they signed him, I want to say it was either right after the Green Bay game or it was shortly after the Green Bay game.
Because we had to wait, 2 weeks?
It was Stay
Sunday. Up, yes.
Sunday. They signed him that Friday, and then they played Vegas that Sunday. And Scotty Miller and Tyler Johnson both had touchdowns in Vegas. So they were like, why? What is the point? But as it turns out, I mean, the final 3 weeks of the year, AB has his first touchdown as a Buck in week 15. Week 16, he has a touchdown. And week 17, he has 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, you can not like him personally. You don't have to root for him, right? You root for the team, not the player, right? You're a Bucs fan. You don't have to be an Antonio Brown fan. I completely understand it, but to say that he didn't help this team, well, he really did. And I'm not saying that you're saying that, but clearly those fans that didn't really understand it, I think from a football perspective, I think, now looking back on it, they see what the vision was. And like you said, it couldn't have...
There's a beautiful shot.
Right? There's a possibility that when he wasn't getting his touches, he blows up and does his crazy thing. And, he doesn't
really much like that.
His helmet or whatever it is. And then he's cut. And it's a complete distraction to the team. And they don't win the Super Bowl. I'll tell you that right now. That's it's a major distraction. So... yeah, it's a big thing, but the signing of Antonio Brown, it's high risk, high reward, I think, because
Let's go.
You could say it was his last chance.
Let's go.
Other teams, how many times have players been given the last chance and they fuck it up?
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Gordon again this year, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Josh Gordon, that's a sad case. I don't understand that, but yeah, I mean, it was his last chance. I mean, if he was cut by Tampa Bay, he's going nowhere else. Like that was it. And I think Seattle and Baltimore were the other two teams interested in signing him when his suspension was going to be lifted. So, and now obviously he got an offseason where he's a free agent. So we'll see what happens. But yeah,
Oh yes.
End of the season, and
I'm on it. I'm in the zone right now.
So here we are. The Buccaneers are 11-5 to finish the regular season, best season they have had in years. And they are slated as the 5 seed, which was also an important storyline over these last 4 games. You finished 10-6.
Let's go. Let's go. I figured out my putting.
Like Green Bay or even New Orleans, who still had a shot at the 1 seed at the time. They ended up getting the 5 seed. They played a team from the NFC East in Washington. Before we get into this playoff,
let's go.
Yeah, that was huge consequence, very important consequences for the playoffs here. But before we get into the playoff run, I do want to give a brief moment to talk about our newest sponsor, eBay. We got any sneakerheads in our audience, which I'm sure we do. eBay is the original sneaker marketplace. It's a place to go to cop the pair you've been eyeing for a little while. Whether it's some rare stock or the latest release, find the exact shoe that you're looking for. With eBay's authenticity guarantee, your sneakers are meticulously inspected by independent professional authenticators. A team of experienced sneaker authenticators verify the box, the logo, stitching, dozens of other inspection points to make sure you're not getting some fakes. Because, let's face it, a lot of these online marketplaces, when it comes to shoes, have a reputation of not always having the best measures possible to make sure you're getting real merchandise, the stuff that you're paying top dollar for. Well, eBay kicks ass with that. Also, each sneaker receives an authenticity guarantee tag that includes a digital stamp of authenticity.
I jacked that one up completely.
It also
God.
sellers with a verified return process.
Forgot.
And if you're a sneaker seller, eBay is eliminating selling fees
I
on
completely
sneakers
jacked that
over
one up.
$100,
That's my
making it
fault.
free to sell and flip your collection. So go to ebay.com/sneakers today. eBay, the world's best destination for discovering great value and unique selection. So here we are, the postseason. The Buccaneers get their first playoff berth since all the way back in 2007. And they play Washington. What's funny about this playoff
Oh, come on.
is where the narrative of this team feels like it was flipped on its head. Because I think a lot of people expected them to beat Washington. Nobody expected Taylor Heineke to have the day that he had and to get himself paid a little bit of money. But coming into this season, when the Bucs are adding all these pieces, I remember the narrative was, well, it's Tom Brady with a stacked roster, and they're going to steamroll people. And then we saw the highs and lows of the regular season, and then the narrative came, well, does this team really know how to win? And then a lot of people, including Steve Smith, said that once the playoffs come around, the Bucs are going to get their ass whooped. They're going to get ran. They're going to get routed. And they square off against a 7-9 Washington team in the wild card round. They win a close game. I think the closest game that they had all postseason. Because, coming into this, you expected Alex Smith. You get the news a couple days before it's going to be Taylor Heineke. And, it creates an interesting matchup, and the Bucs ultimately come out on top. But what does this win say about this team headed into the divisional round?
Well, it says that they can win without one of their best defensive players. Devin White was not in that game, and obviously that made a huge difference. So props to Taylor Heineke, played his butt off.
Well, props to Minner too. Minner didn't play a bad game.
But
he's not Devin White.
Yeah, exactly. You could tell he doesn't have that speed, and there was a lot of times where Heineke was avoiding rushers and able to get rid of, and there was a few times where I'm like, man, Devin White probably makes that play, right? Like, he's probably there instead of that being a 7-yard run, it's probably a 2-yard run. Losing him was big, but this offense really looked good against what I think is a very good defense and a very good defensive front. One of the best defenses, I think, a top 10 defense in football on the road. On a day where Chris Godwin still had, stat-wise, he had a good day, but it was a few drops there. And I think they played efficient. They played well on offense. And then on defense, it was just It was weird, man, because like that's the game. Like throughout these whole playoffs, that I felt the most uneasy. Like the Bucks
good
were up
hit.
8, and I literally tweeted,
Get in there.
There's
Oh,
no
my
way you can't
gosh.
think this isn't going to overtime.
Back
Like,
up quarterback, baby.
it's just it.
That's all
you know,
it takes.
And I think and that narrative's been killed the
Hopefully
past
we can
few
put that
years.
to bed.
That narrative.
Come on,
That
Roland.
narrative's been killed. I think officially now, but yeah, it's just it was a weird game, but obviously, you know, it just showed their toughness that they can win without one of their better players, and also showed the depth that they have on the team.
Where are games won and lost, fellas?
Trenches,
brother.
Okay, so we faced a team, and I didn't think, no way, no chance in hell Tampa was dropping a game to Washington.
Yeah.
Washington has a very talented and young defensive line. Everyone talks about it. We know that. And you know, our offensive line played very well until Kappa went down. And then there was some struggles.
Let's go!
But what I believe was underrated was Washington's offensive line. They got some talent on the offensive line, fellas.
Yeah.
I think you can put them up there against New Orleans, you know, because that was the next week's matchup. And I can tell you that, I don't know, man, Washington's offensive line potentially is just as good, if not right on the same level. They're a top 10, in my opinion, offensive line. So you face a team that has a solid offensive line, a very young and talented defensive line, a quarterback that you don't have much film on, who's just played ridiculous, got enough to get a win, and you're missing some
too
key
much.
components, right? But they won. And they set up the matchup, which, my God, everyone wanted.
Exactly what I couldn't afford.
If you didn't want this matchup, I don't know why you watch football. Don't ever watch again. This was every Bucks fan's dream, to face the team, your rival, the most hated team, in my opinion, that the Bucks ever play, against Drew Brees in potentially his last game if he loses, in their house. Set it up perfectly. Defense came out firing. Turnovers, 4 turnovers in that game. Just one of my favorite games that I've watched this team play in a while.
The defense was one of the biggest
Come on.
question marks.
Come on. Oh, I think it's getting there.
I
think it's getting there.
Going to be able to do what Heineke was able to do to this defense, but one, you get Devin White back. But
I think I still
they
win.
responded incredibly well because they were, you know, the big question mark about this team. Nobody really talked about the offense after the Washington game. It was all about
-7. Did I get it?
Slow down a team that is pretty good with the short game. A team that gets the ball out of the pocket.
Did I lose it?
You know, Drew Brees is a guy who has always been able to do that. He's not going to peel the top off of this defense, which is what a lot of people think coming into this game as well. But the defense, without a doubt, was in the hot
Did I
seat
win
coming
it?
into this one, and I don't think anybody expected them to rebound and play the way that they did. I think throughout
I did.
the
Let's
playoffs,
go.
you know, the Super Bowl not included, this was probably the most complete game.
Yes, -7.
So everything that was working in the Bucks' favor towards the end of the year started working against the Saints towards the end of the year, right? They got hit with the COVID too, right?
Yeah.
And I know they had the Sunday matchup, which allowed Kamara to come back and play. They scored on a gimmick play, y'all. I mean, and great that James Winston threw a touchdown against his former team, but it doesn't make it. You know, they blew coverage, right? It was miscommunication in the secondary. They blew coverage. That was, I believe, Carlton Davis' guy. No big deal. Not going to make that mistake again. Slant Boy do that game? He didn't do shit, right? They were all over Drew Brees in that game. Statement game. But is it a different story if Taysom Hill and Latavius Murray play? And then who's their guy that was putting it up big in special teams in the first half that went out? And he was probably going to be a key component on offense because they didn't have much else. So, and I'm not making excuses. Bucks handed it to him. But the things that went right for Tampa started to go wrong for New Orleans, and I love it, and I don't give a shit.
And I mean, this was like the end of like everybody knew it. Like everybody knew what was coming for New Orleans this season.
Let's go for another championship.
Everybody knew what was coming, right? Like whether they won the Super Bowl or not.
As soon as I said I got my putting down, things started getting crazy.
And just looking at the ages of the players, and you know, everybody knew, and just to be able to do it in New Orleans, I think makes it even better.
Well, I mean, yeah, and look, the offense didn't play lights out.
No, but they got the job done.
New Orleans' strength is their defense, especially, I think, at home, right? They do things in the secondary that if they get called, they get called, and if they don't get called, they take
all
advantage.
three. Yeah, all three levels of defense, I think, has really good players.
Brian Jensen showed up this game. Aaron Stinney showed up this game in a matchup where you thought, oh man, Stinney's first start. Ooh, what's going to happen? They shut Drew Brees. They held Drew Brees to 134 yards, 3 picks. Jared Cook had a.
Oh, that definitely would have been in if I was online.
And they held Kamara to under 100 yards. But on offense, you look at it, I think Fournette was the leading receiver. That game, Fournette can't break.
I think it was Brate, but I think Fournette might have been 2. I think Fournette might have been the second. I think Brate
and then Fournette.
Yeah, because I don't think Godwin had much of anything. Evans had that 1 touchdown.
Yep,
but then other than that,
only catch.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so as long as it's a touchdown, who cares?
After all the confidence to beat that team, you knew it was going to happen. But how sweet was it? Oh, so
and they definitely just to do it in a defense.
Oh my God, barely made it there.
Just tortured the Bucs defense for years and years and years, and Drew Brees has never talked like smack or anything like that. But then against Michael Thomas, a guy that just talks, against Alvin Kamara, who is a good player, he doesn't talk as much smack, but still a little cocky. And then of course, Cam Jordan, Tristan Wirfs, and Donovan Smith completely shut them guys down. A huge thing for Donovan Smith after arguably his 2 worst games of the season both came against New Orleans. So, especially that Week 1 game, that Trey Hendrickson really, gave it to him. And then Trey Hendrickson actually didn't play it versus Chicago, and then he came back versus Tampa. So the New Orleans defense was really at full strength, and it was big. Like you said, the offense didn't play lights out, but you know what? They did enough. Tyler Johnson, third and 11. With that catch, incredible. One of the biggest plays, I think, that won't be
a little more.
And then the very next play was Scotty Miller deep down the field, and then I think the Bucs
That was a little hard.
There. But then once, I talked to a lot of people, they're like, I wasn't really sure the game was over. As soon as Devin White picked that ball off when it was 23-20, I knew it was done. I knew because I knew they were scoring. I knew Tom Brady was scoring a touchdown. I knew that he saw the
hit
right there, and he was going to go in for the kill.
We know matchups. We know matchups. Steelers, Browns. These rivals. Tell me right now, the Bucs Saints aren't one of the most huge rivals right now, based off of things that we've seen over the couple of years. The Cutter Peyton incident. You've got our former quarterback now playing for them and eating fingers after, and all that stuff that happened.
And
this is a rivalry.
He ate those fingers with the Bucs before a game versus the Saints.
Well, then you go back. I mean, the ejection of Mike Evans because
Winston was.
And this is a
Taylor
rivalry.
Swift
Says there's bad blood, but I'm telling you, Sean Payton and Bruce Arians said it's real bad blood.
This is a rivalry that was taken to another level this season just because of the Bucs getting much more exposure. So you've got a lot of fresh eyes on what this rivalry is.
And they were much better.
But a lot of people didn't see the Dirk Cutter incident. A lot of people didn't see Sean Payton being a piece of shit against Tampa Bay for, the last 5 seasons. I mean, they haven't seen that. So for it to be, taken to another level this season, and then ultimately
we gotta start.
to be for Tampa Bay to just knock them off in the playoffs, to be the team that stops them from getting it done because they can't do it every single year, and they couldn't do it again. And just for the Bucs to be that team, everybody knows how.
Get it, baby!
Oh,
come on!
Bucs podcast would have a Taylor Swift reference within it. Cannon Fire podcast, man.
Let's go.
That's why you listen. That's why you download. Hit subscribe.
Dang it, man!
And in your podcast platform.
Hell yeah, brother! If you're not watching, you're not listening.
I know how to sell it.
Yeah.
I did this for a little bit of time.
Really?
All right. Did it well. So.
Oh my gosh.
As we kind of look forward to the NFC Championship and obviously the Super Bowl, I think we can kind of throw these games together. They're 2 drastically different games from this football team. But I think the identity coming into both these games is, the Bucs are an underdog at this point. Not a lot of people picked them to beat MVP Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in Lambeau.
Not a lot of people picked them to beat New Orleans, dude.
Not a lot of exactly.
A lot of the national analysts, a lot of Bucs people, knew. Right, exactly.
Well, yeah,
But
not a lot of people picked them to beat New Orleans, but when you're in the NFC Championship with Tom Brady against Aaron Rodgers in Lambeau in January, I think that narrative fits a little bit. And obviously with the Super Bowl, not a lot of people picked them to win that game. And I think it reflected on the tone of how teams
these are just hard putts, man.
and I see highlights of teams.
These are just hard putts.
You know, Saints players are singing and dancing and dapping each other up on the sidelines. Chiefs players were doing it. Packers players in the mic'd up. Packers players were talking about, I can't wait to see y'all in Tampa. We're about to go win us a football game. And it just seemed a little bit more hunky-dory than a Bucs team who was there to handle some business. And that's what we saw on the field.
they were a team on a mission, right? I mean, there was, I just don't think there was any doubt in our mind. There was doubt in my mind. I'll admit it, right? Like, I picked the Packers to win. I picked the Bucs to win the Super Bowl once they got there, but I picked the Packers to beat the Bucs. I'm not the type of person that's just going to pick the Bucs and all the confidence in the world. Their offense was one of the best offenses in the NFL, and it was incredible because not everybody was looking at the Packers and thinking like, their confidence is at an all-time high, but they weren't really thinking about the Bucs. The Bucs team just beat the team that has literally lived rent-free in their heads, and that they've lost to 5
Give me,
before this, right? They got embarrassed in their own stadium on national television. And then their
I'm just barely missing these birdies, man.
mocking them on their own field pretty much.
In their own locker room. I mean,
I
visiting locker room, but you know what I mean.
And I mean, this, and then they finally are able to get the job done against New Orleans. And you got to tell me, their confidence right now is through the roof, right? Especially on the defensive side of things. Because I think we're going to talk about this defense against Green Bay, yet again, rising to the occasion.
Yeah.
So,
Lob pitch.
Is at an all-time high, and they
Perfect for it.
Of course, the opening drive was beautiful, right? Tom Brady to Mike Evans for a touchdown. Took some time off the clock. So they started off good, and then they hit a little bit of a lull. But then the defense, yet again, Sean Murphy-Bunting was a huge turnover, right? And then finally, we talk about the no risk and no biscuit stuff. And right before the half, they go for it. They're not playing scared. They go for it, and they end up getting a touchdown to Scotty Miller, which I think really changes that whole game.
I need to.
If they don't score a touchdown, it might be a completely different game. I'm not even sure if the Bucs win, but that was just a huge play and a huge moment for the staff, and they came up big when they needed them.
Give me that, baby. Let's go. Had to start getting these birdies, man.
It would have been 17-10. Is that right? Or am I
No, you're right.
Messed up.
Put them up 24-10 in the half, right?
Yeah, if they would have got the 3.
So no, they actually, no, it would have been, if they got 3, it would have been 17-10. If they didn't get anything, it was 14-10. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, I asked you guys this before. Where was this game won?
Trenches.
Dude, and the biggest storyline of this game. Who expected it? Vita Vea, man. Biggest freaking storyline. And how much is he going to play, and how much is the difference can he make? And he's the 350-pound guy who broke his ankle. I think, this is just me personally, I don't know if anyone has said this before. If not, I'll take credit for being the first person to say it on the Cannon Fire podcast. Can we stop with the they should have drafted Derwin James storyline at this point?
Dude,
put it to bed. So,
it's dead. It's done.
We saw it, not just in the NFC Championship game. This is a different defense with Vita Vea. And it's not just because he's 350 pounds. It's just he does so much for this team and these other players. He commands a double team every single time. And it's not that he just gets stood up. He pushes the center and the guard, whatever the double team comes from, he pushes them still back into the quarterback. We're back into where the hole's supposed to be. And then it lets
Damn it, man. I just got my...
So not having Vita Vea was a huge impact on the defense, and I still think the defense had a very good season. I think they had some ups and downs, but most consistent if you look at both sides of the ball, in my opinion.
Playing good right now, I really am. It's just the putting is... These are hard greens right now.
You mentioned the no risk and no biscuit. They did it 2 weeks in a row, y'all. I mean, they put up huge touchdowns in the NFC Championship, and then they did it in the Super Bowl. So, and this is a game where the refs put the flags away, so let them play. Let them play, and let's see who the better team is. And you're right.
Just need to have better shots right
I
there.
said this. I was nervous, and this was one game that I wasn't confident in.
These shots are just...
For two reasons. One, the Vita Vea kind of changed it a little bit. I go, oh, maybe they can pull it off. But one, you mentioned it.
No, not even close.
Here was potentially that matchup against the Saints because they beat you 2 times in a row. Or are you really going to show up in Lambeau?
Could be a letdown.
Yeah, they proved that they could, right? And this is a different football team than what we've seen.
I'm going through all of these pars.
I think it is no coincidence talking about Vita Vea, his return at the best possible time. One, we only expected him to play 20-25 snaps that game. He played over 30.
Right.
Yeah.
The way that impact. But look at the impact of those plays.
Right. But I think it's no coincidence that
oh, jeez. Oh, I could get lucky.
Pierre Paul in particular need to show up a little bit more because one of them's a Pro Bowler.
Well, that was a strange one.
You can see how big of an award that was.
I got lucky.
And the other's getting paid $16 million.
Right. So, you need those guys to show up. And it's no coincidence that they play their best games of the playoffs when Vita Vea is in the middle of that line. Like, it's not rocket science at this point. Vita Vea is just a wrecking ball, and he does such a good job at opening things up for everybody else.
That's a Miley Cyrus reference.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dude,
so we got Taylor Swift and Miley Cyrus.
Dude, Vea comes in like a wrecking ball. And here's what it also does. I'm on a roll. It not only makes JPP and Shaq Barrett better. You're getting less snaps from Steve McClendon and Nacho. There's more of a rotation, y'all. We saw in the Super Bowl, but why is Vea not out there? Oh, shit, Steve McClendon and Nacho are out there? They're doing their job, too. It makes everyone better. There's this rotation that the Bucs were missing, right, when it's Sue and Golston and Nacho and McClendon. It's not the same of having Vita Vea. It was huge. I mean, I was really emotional.
I like it
because of they completely blew my expectations, and I knew that regardless of who the matchup was going to be, because NFC Championship came before.
Should have spent it back. I had a chance to spin it back, and I could have.
I mean, this team was, and this is just you hear it, team of destiny.
Right.
All right, I gotta get up. Let's see. Hopefully, it's a good.
Smack Green Bay right in their face on their home turf. And I didn't mention the fact.
Oh God, these.
Right, and another reason too is obviously Aaron Rodgers, dude, and like we said about Tom Brady.
These. They're too hard, man. These greens.
Especially when you manhandle them, right?
Yeah. I mean, before Brady was my quarterback, I was like, man, Aaron Rodgers is one of the best of all time. He ain't the GOAT, but he's up there. He's mini good at times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just this game was
huge. These I'm hitting good. It's just these greens are.
What a special scene, because Lambeau is
retarded.
Have you been there?
No, because I had the opportunity to go, and then pandemic happens. I've got literally my uncle has an apartment right near Lambeau, where anytime I want to go to a game, I can get it hooked up. It just things happen.
I mean, but then that game, Matt LaFleur makes the interesting decision to not go for it on fourth down, and just I don't know when people are going to realize to not give Tom Brady. I understand sort of your logic behind it, because they did have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. But come on,
so close.
You really think Tom Brady's going to get 2 first downs? Like, seriously? In that moment?
You can explain the logic after the fact. It doesn't make it right.
Yeah,
and if it would have worked out for him, the people would have said it was the right move. Same thing we said about AD. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, then people will critique it. I mean, that's what we do week to week.
So then, and then the Tyler Johnson penalty, which I don't know why people got up in arms about. I understand that they were letting them play. I understand that. But when you're grabbing a jersey and you can see that jersey being ripped. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In the same,
like a better grip on him.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do, and Kevin King had a rough day, but dude, I don't know what the fuss was. Why everybody was saying, oh, just because Brady. Yeah, what, the flag was late? Yeah, it was a little late, but it's still, that's a penalty. Like, that is pass interference, that's a hold, whatever. 3 first down, no matter what. So, And guess what? If he doesn't hold him, Tyler Johnson, that ball's there, and Tyler Johnson makes the catch first down. So don't give me that crap that it's Brady, it's the refs. They're trying to do the Super Bowl right now. And we'll get to that, but yeah, I mean the Bucs really played an outstanding game, and 3 interceptions from Tom Brady in the second half. And if you would have told, I think many of us that, I think we would have said, okay, the Bucs are probably going home. I think, but this defense really stood tall yet again in the second half and in the fourth quarter. They stood tall and rose to the occasion, and that was the difference there.
Those interceptions they're scenario based as well, right?
Yeah, they're like punts.
So what did the Packers do with him? What was it? 3 points?
I think 3 points. 3 interceptions.
3 or 6. It was one of those. Definitely wasn't a touchdown.
You're not giving the ball on the 20. Right? I mean,
it's not a pick 6. Yeah.
And defense is humming, dude. So, yeah. I mean, you don't like to see the picks because obviously that takes points away from your team and opportunities that you have. But when the defense is stepping up, it ain't pick 6.
And listen, can we just kind of, come clean here and admit something? I know nobody watches.
I like Miley Cyrus.
I know that nobody watches our podcast anyway, so I don't think anyone's going to hear us say this. But, isn't it kind of nice? Isn't it kind of nice to get some of those calls that you didn't get in the past just because you do have Tom Brady? Can we admit that we saw a couple of those this season?
I saw that week 1. Week 1, I was like, oh, this is different.
Yeah.
This is different.
Yeah.
They're going to call pass interference?
Right.
Not on Mike Evans?
They actually called pass interference. Yeah, multiple times they've done it too. Yeah, it was something. It was definitely a change of pace. That you're like, oh, okay, this is a new era where we're truly living in.
So here we are. It all comes down to the Super Bowl 55 in Raymond James Stadium. The Buccaneers punch their ticket. They become the first team in NFL history to play a home Super Bowl, so they've already made history. Tom Brady is entering his 10th, yes, his 10th, I shit you not, his 10th Super Bowl. Looking for his 7th ring in his first year with his brand new team. They're taking on the Chiefs, a team that's looking to run it back, Super Bowl champions, defending up until this point. And we have got ourselves on paper. A lot of people coming into this game expected this to be the best Super Bowl matchup that we have seen in ages. The ingredients are there. 2 high-powered offenses. You got a Bucs defense that could make the difference. And I remember saying all that week, I think this defense is going to surprise people. I don't think either team is going to score over 30. One of them scored over 30. The other one didn't get a touchdown. And we know how that game went. The Buccaneers get their second Lombardi. They hoisted in Tampa Bay. And
-1.
31-9.
Come on, we can still make some play to look good.
Single touchdown for Pat Mahomes in Kansas City. This game, we talk about, the Saints game being the most complete game that they have played. This game by itself, 31-9 against the #1 scoring offense in the NFL. Are you kidding me? What a statement for the Bucs on the biggest stage that the NFL can offer to wrap up the season and ultimately crown themselves Super Bowl champs, right?
I like when my team plays in quote-unquote boring Super Bowls. Yeah, sure, it's totally boring to me, right? Yeah, I don't care about a 3-point game. I don't care about going to overtime because then I'm pulling my hair out. I want to beat their ass.
Best Super Bowl of all time.
Hey, look, I'll drop Mike here. Trenches.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Oh!
Defensive line showed up. Huge. Absolutely huge. One of the and not to discount what the linebacker.
Dang it, man.
Did. And what Gronk did from not only from a receiving standpoint, but the difference that he made to this offensive line. The way that playoff Lenny looked, Rojo in his time. I'm telling y'all, this is a special year. Enjoy it. This was special. There's going to be many stories told, documentaries, whatever. They're probably happening already.
Yeah.
This was an incredible season. Enjoy it. And then let's see what this team can do moving forward, and let's get back to it. But enjoy. Oh, my God. What a season. What an absolutely amazing season, especially after the bye week, y'all. Didn't lose a game. Just enjoy it.
Didn't lose a game, and actually only scored over 30 points every time except for one game.
Yes. Everything. As Chris Jericho would say, Bucks fans.
That's ugly. Beautiful line, just ugly.
So incredible. Just incredible.
The Bucks
I want to really back at even.
And
Gosh, dang it.
Just like we said, guys, in that previous matchup, you saw what the defense did in the second half, and they were missing components. So
Yeah. Jamel Dean, their fastest corner against one of the fastest teams in the league, and Vita Vea. Yeah, they're missing those two guys. So
because your expectations when it's Kansas City is Patrick Mahomes is
just gonna throw a bunch.
Yeah, he's the best quarterback. He's gonna make plays. If you get pressure in the pocket, he's gonna roll out and get a first down, which we saw him do once or twice. And you got Hill and you got Kelsey. I didn't expect the Chiefs to beat Buffalo, y'all. I thought they were playing Buffalo. That was a completely different Buffalo team that showed up in Kansas City versus what I watched in previous weeks. So I don't know what the hell happened, but you know, with the beat up Mahomes and with the way that this team was, this team being the Bucs, that this was getting set up. I knew they were going to.
Oh my God.
I didn't expect it in that fashion. Yeah. But you knew this was happening.
You know,
True.
I was kind of glad that it was Kansas City instead of Buffalo, because I think I said this on the show already earlier, like last week, I think. But because then they're the defending champs, right? And they were 14-2, and their other loss was to a Chargers team where they didn't play any of their starters. So
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
pretty much they lost one game this year when their starters were in, and a lot of them were convincing. I didn't want anybody to say, well, if Kansas City was in, since you played Buffalo, that's why they won. If Kansas City was in, it would have been different. No, that's the defending champs got dominated, and now they're knocked off the throne. The Chiefs Kingdom no more.
Something else. What does the Nature Boy say before you get to your point?
You gotta to be the man. You gotta beat the man, right?
So who was the man?
The Chiefs.
And now who's the man?
The Bucs.
That's the show, folks. I mean, Buffalo, Tampa next year, and then for Josh Allen to be the GOAT, you got to beat the GOAT. It's not. I mean, he's not going to be the GOAT for one win, but.
Beautiful.
That storyline is yet to come, y'all. I'm telling you. I know Buffalo wanted Tom Brady so bad.
I think Buffalo, over like the last 18 years, I think they've beaten Brady 3 times, I think. Yeah, I think they've only beaten him 3 times. So, like, I saw one tweet. It was like I think it might have been the NFC Championship week, and they were like, "I just want the Bucs."
That looks good. That looks good. Oh, that's not.
Hey, no shade against Buffalo fans. That community and that fan base is incredible, and they've dealt with
-1.
They've dealt with a lot as well. So it's
I shot so good in this game.
Now we have talked plenty.
The putting was just, and my putting wasn't bad either. I was hitting good with my putting. It was so hard to knock them down. These greens were so difficult.
But I do want to take away one more thing about this Kansas City team that we saw during the Super Bowl. And I think it goes back to that cockiness narrative. I don't even know if it was so much cockiness, but good God Almighty, this might have been the sloppiest game they have ever played. It seemed like for the first quarter, every single play, if you saw a ball headed in the direction of a Buccaneers wide receiver, the guy wearing number 13, I mean, you had a defender hugging him, like grabbing his waist and slow dancing with him.
Yeah,
and once the refs actually,
other people, it was just because Tom Brady was there, and they didn't.
Right. But like once the refs actually start calling that stuff, and we realize that maybe it's not rigged. Maybe Kansas City is actually shooting themselves in the foot here because they can't play the way that they've been wanting to play. Throughout the playoffs, the referees had a really weird tendency of calling a game one way or another, right? That didn't happen in the Super Bowl, and ultimately KC just shot themselves in the foot at the worst possible time. But they came into this Super Bowl just sloppy, like just undisciplined from what we saw, and it cost them the game a little bit earlier than a lot of people expected. Hit the nail on the head, right? They were undisciplined in this football game. And maybe it's because of the incident, and there were distractions that happened leading up to it. Off the field stuff they were dealing with. They kept their same travel routine. They came in, typically when they would not come in for a Super Bowl, but pandemic, and I think they kept the same travel patterns they would if it were a regular season football game. They were the undisciplined football team, and people can whine and bitch and complain from opposing fan bases about the Bucs didn't have calls against them in the playoffs, but the change not only from what we saw
that we've called out specifically on this podcast. The change that we've seen in this football team is also they're becoming a disciplined football team, and we did not have that. And when you are an undisciplined football team, and when you have that reputation in the NFL, you are going to get calls against you. And we as Bucs fans could look at games after game and like, that's bullshit. I mean, you guys probably did podcast episodes last season, the year before. I'm like, no, it's bullshit. It was a bullshit call. They don't call it against them. They just call it against us. Get that reputation as an undisciplined football team. You're gonna get flags. This was different. And again, it said, everything was going right in the Bucs' direction, but they deserve credit as well because they went from a very undisciplined football team to a disciplined football team. And I think Ryan Jensen runs the show on that, y'all. Smart enough to bait the other team.
Oh my God.
Chris Jones, you got Chris Jones. Oh yeah. And you got a couple Saints.
Come on, I'm shooting terrible right now.
Smart and disciplined versus stupid and undisciplined is what we saw in the past.
I think the turning point of consistency with discipline that this team was able to produce over 4 quarters of the game was the Chicago game. Was when Tom Brady ripped everybody a new asshole on the sideline because they killed a drive by themselves.
And and you can say that. You can say it as evidence because afterwards, penalties weren't as much of an issue.
Yeah, wasn't the next week like the first game in franchise history?
They did not have a committed penalty.
Didn't have a penalty. It only took them 45 years, but they got it done. I mean, here we are.
I'm not sure how much the lack of crowd noise had when it comes to pre-snap penalties for teams across the league this year. But I can tell you, how many times have we watched
Another one where these freaking greens look crazy.
Or the opposing team would start 1st and 5 because someone jumped offside. So I don't know how much of an impact that made. But it was evident this year in pre-snap penalties, which are huge. Immediately set you back.
Oh my God. Why are all of a sudden can't hit straight? Come on.
Cajun fried screw job. Because, talking about, when you're saying, it's BS and stuff, yeah, a lot of it was, a lot of the calls were BS, but when you're undisciplined, you're not going to get those calls. You're not going to get the benefit of the doubt there, right, from the ref. So, and that's a big turning point. There's a lot of reasons, and a lot of reasons, everything has to go right for you to win a Super Bowl, right? It's, everything, there's so many things that have to go right, which is why it's so difficult to win, right? It's so difficult because everything has to be at the right moment. And discipline is one of the biggest ones. It's definitely a top 3, I think. It was a fantastic season, and that pretty much puts a cap, I think.
Yeah, something I definitely shouldn't have did.
All in all, it's a season that all 3 of us, I think, we all said at some point in this podcast we did not expect this team to win the Super Bowl. But yet, here we are.
Definitely a season that Bucs fans are not going to.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why I even tried to stupid hit it with the 8. That was so stupid.
What was more enjoyable to you, the 0-2 one or this one?
They're both special, but the first, I think, is always the most special.
That's what I was kind of thinking too.
Yeah, and I sat in the stands much longer going into that Super Bowl, and I was a season ticket holder at the time, or I'm not a season ticket holder anymore. So that was more special. That was more special as a fan. I would say that this was special in its own way because of how unbelievably unique and
really
amazing that it was, the run that they went on. And it was special for me as someone who used to create content and say, I never got to experience this. This is cool. I'm glad that you all who create content are able to experience this, and let's see what y'all do with it, because it's completely different than what we've dealt with, and this came out of nowhere.
Come on! I can't hit straight for crap right now.
Clearly this was the direction the team was going, but I didn't have the expectations. We talked about it. Number 1 is sweeter. It doesn't mean that number 2 is any less sweet, but there were more.
Come on, bro. I turned that more than that.
The Rondé pick 6, the You Go Joe, getting the first, the respect given to Coach Dungy and Coach Gruden. That team that was very special, who deserved that, Derek Brooks and the other players that were there. This is also special. It's just in a different way.
I think there's a lot of people, obviously younger people, who didn't get to see that 0-2 run the way that some other guys did. a lot of people are going to look at moments during this playoff run and maybe look at them in the same light as, a Rondé pick six. Obviously not to that degree, because it sends the Bucks to their first ever Super Bowl. It ends up until that point 26 years of just, awfulness. But that Devin White interception against New Orleans, I mean, I know it was, the third quarter, early fourth quarter, but you kind of knew that game was done. There were moments in the NFC Championship game that you're not going to forget. I mean, even the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski having 2 touchdowns, Tampa Tom in full effect, by the way, just jawing at Tyrann Mathieu and then throwing a touchdown directly at him. Like, that's the most savage shit I have ever seen from Tom Brady. And I'm glad that Tampa gives him a platform.
Is that a Megan Thee Stallion reference?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We got them all, man.
Is he classy bougie ratchet?
Yeah, it's the Pop Star Hour on the Cannon Fire podcast. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
I think that's going to wrap
no.
up our season review, as Evan had said. Chris, I've got one more question for you, if that's okay. I know we've kept you about 30 minutes over your curfew, and I do apologize, but if you want to make it short and sweet, this is, unless the Bucks make it to the big dance next year, this is, your last podcast appearance. Is there anything you kind of want to say as a send-off, maybe where people can find your content if you're still pushing stuff out on Twitter? How can they link up with you on Peloton? I know you're going to have plenty of time to challenge people on your Peloton now. What have you got in the works? Is Mr. Chris Fisher, former Bucks podcast extraordinaire?
It's nice to finally be officially retired from podcasting, because I did another podcast for 5.5 years, and it was ridiculously successful, and I've met a lot of great people because of it. But it's nice for the first time ever to not be pushing out audio content. I don't tweet as much as I used to. Usually, if I do, it's pointing out Stroud has beef with Dan Mullen.
Let's go.
But go back and look at the history and tell me that he doesn't have beef with Dan Mullen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why does it keep moving?
Chris, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I don't really take Twitter too seriously anymore. I think it's become a little bit ridiculous. But shout out to the people who, if you're a content creator, you absolutely have to utilize it to get your content out there. It's an avenue that is definitely.
Now the putting's not hard, and I'm missing.
I didn't have a torch. I just was passionate about a topic, and I felt like talking about it. And I listened to other people, and I wanted to get better at what I did. So I challenge folks who are creating content to try and get better at what you're doing, and choose the avenue that works for you, and try to stand out. I appreciate what you all do from a Cannon Fire podcast standpoint. I think you all have one of the most organized, well thought out, non-homer-ish, and I don't mean that as a knock against other shows, because again, I don't listen to Bucks content. But I like what you all do from an objective standpoint, right? That's what I tried to do as a content creator.
Should have been better.
If you want to get at me on the Peloton, that community is all about support. But you can find me at I Am That Fish, which is my Peloton leaderboard game. And I'm hitting up 1,300 rides coming up soon, y'all. So Peloton has become a huge passion because it's changed my life, and I'm big, and I'm essentially, it's the first time I'm not wearing, I have Peloton shorts on, but I'm not going to say that for y'all.
Come on, give me something good.
It's the first time I'm not wearing like Peloton gear from head to toe, because I say, be the brand, right? That's what it's all about.
He's got the socks on. Don't let him lie to you. He's got some Peloton socks
in Florida. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, I am just missing. Okay, calm down. I'm trying to go too fast.
No, yeah, it's understandable. And just wanted to say, thank you for, because it's pretty special to me, because, like I said, I've listened to the Bucks Breed podcast. And, I actually never forget the day when it was in the morning, I was just about to walk to school, and I listened to your like, goodbye episode, and I was like, man, it sucks, man. And, it's
I appreciate it, dude. I get kind words, man, and I'm like, I just tried to do the best that I could do. I'm no different. I will say something that I think we tried to do, and I say we because I'll put Derek, and Derek did it long before I did from What the Buck. We tried to create an avenue where you all, as Bucks fan content creators, would have some respect from the organization. And the way to do that is to be professional. And I tried, man. I tried to get training camp credentials. I did the best that I could. And to do that, you have to be respectful, regardless of if you like.
Bro, it's not.
There's people in the media right now that are getting on social media.
Like, it's not moving at all, bro.
Your foot in the building and do it the right way.
These.
You have to have a certain amount of respect. And that's what I tried to do, and that's what hopefully started paving the way for others who may have had that opportunity. It was very challenging when there was a very anti-media, evil media voice that was out there, and it really ruined a lot of things.
That looks good.
And I'll be completely honest with y'all. It hurt a lot of people, and it wasn't the right thing to be done, and it wasn't right for a credentialed media outlet to continue to produce or to publish the content, and for the organization to not respond to it. That really soured me. So I'm sorry, to fans who may have followed my content and maybe have seen a shift in my attitude, because it did hurt, man, when there was some bad things that were said about certain people and there was no punishment that was given from an organization. So I lost a little bit of respect to the franchise, not players, but just from a background standpoint. So I want people to understand that. Do it the right way. You all are doing it the right way. Have respect, and good things will happen for you.
Come on,
just
baby.
keep working hard, hustle,
Come on, baby.
and set yourself apart.
Oh my gosh.
It means a lot, man. Like we said,
emotional, y'all. Sorry.
No, you're good, dude. Like we said, we're gonna end things on a high note, but it does mean a lot for you to come onto our podcast. We do appreciate your support and, of course,
That's it?
your words. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's just about going to do it for this episode of the Cannon Fire podcast. It's an action-packed 2+ hours. So if you've listened to this point, we truly do appreciate you. For everybody live on YouTube, by the way, we haven't talked to our live chat very much, but all of you guys chiming in, we really do appreciate you. Leadus Productions, Willie Beeman been hanging out for a while, Russell Weeks, I mean, just a lot of people. Will the Brewer, we really do appreciate you guys' support. If you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube channel, it is the best way to experience the show. Of course, we do live streams just like this. We do highlight videos. We do the CF hotline shows where we call in, or I'm sorry, jump on here and take your call.
Look at that. And now that one's too much. I can't read the green. I can't read the green. And this is not hard. I move it a little bit. It's too much. I don't move it. It's not enough.
And like we said so many times up until this point, we truly do appreciate
There
each
you go.
and every one of you who has been here on the ride with us. Check out the show on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. All of those are Cannon Fire Podcast. Best place to go for updates on the show. And, of course, Buccaneer News as it happens. Speaking of Bucs News as it happens, you can follow my co-host Evan on Instagram at Bucs_Daily.
Oh my
#1
gosh.
Buccaneers fan page on Instagram. You can also find him on Twitter at EvanNFL. And last but not least, you can find myself, Instagram and Twitter at Redicus, RHETTAKUS. If you follow me, I will follow you back. So that's it. Super Bowl champions, take it in, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk to you when we talk to you.
Of course.
But I'm your host, Rhett Matthews, signing off from my co-host, Evan Wanish, and our special guest, Chris Fisher. Until next time, go Bucs.
Let's return to live play now. Rich, we know Tony Finau is a big man, but he's also big on talent, isn't he?
And he's got a big heart as well, I have to say. He would probably be voted the nicest guy on tour year in and year out. But don't let his demeanor fool you. He is a fierce competitor and can overtake and overpower any golf course at any given moment.
Oh my God. I can't read this green. I can't read this green for nothing. I can't read this green for nothing.
Now playing a little defensively.
Good looking shot this. Second shot here on the 12th. That's just a tad off line, that one. Headed towards the left. Yep, that one's on the dance floor. You can two-putt that for sure.
John, give us a small update.
I'm down on the 13th hole. This is Kevin Kisner's next shot.
Let's get back to it, shall we?
Look at this.
See if we can make this big putt for birdie. Go in.
Thank you.
Putt to make. We'll take that. That shot so good. We
Dude, I'm still +3. This is crazy. And that was complete luck right there that I made.
Our current leader is enjoying a 2-stroke lead. Let's see what happens here.
Oh my God, this thing's over.
That's a touch of the Freddie Couples rhythm right there. Let's take a look at Gary Woodland. And here we are with the third shot. Rich, for such a long time, Gary Woodland was one of those physical beasts. A guy that you knew who could flat ball it out there, but he didn't seem to get the most out of his game until he found
Get ready for a new year and get our lowest rate ever. Get 1.69% APR to buy or refinance your auto loan and no payments for 90 days. Visit TucsonFCU.com/ready-set-go.
Finally got out of his own way, started racking up the wins, had a lot of close finishes, but no victories until finally.
Come on. Oh.
Those you love
What a moment.
deserve
So
the
many
best.
shots there that I will
Your
never
life
forget.
deserves pure water.
Austin ended up.
Now, nice to make a
I could have sworn. Maybe I think about the wrong Austin, perhaps.
Just.
That ended up going over to Seattle.
Right,
but anyway, yeah, no, Carl Austin's a really interesting one. 6'2", 265. So he has doesn't have the height, but he has the size in terms of 265 that the Saints like at that position. Yeah. And hasn't, like you mentioned, hasn't performed up to his draft status at all.
He's had 2 straight years of 5 sacks.
5 sacks, yeah, exactly. So he still has a handful of sacks there, and that was on. Let me see if I can find his snap counts too. That's going to be helpful. So defensive snaps, 2019, 470.
I got the putting down. I just couldn't read the green for some reason.
Last year, 723, so just shy of the 800 mark, like you were mentioning. And he had 5.5 sacks during that time. And on top of the sacks, he also had 32 hits on the quarterback too. So you convert some of those pressures to sacks, help him figure that out, get him with Ryan Nielsen, and you have to imagine there's going to be a little bit of development shown there.
100%. And I think these options, and the J.J. Watts are always exciting. And to an extent,
beautiful.
Ingram hitting the market is kind of exciting.
Come on.
Because he's a big name. But
show me what I want to see.
Honestly, guys like Carl Lawson, who I enjoy, I'm pretty sure I have a
that dog will definitely hunt.
And on Google Drive, he's a guy that went 4 years of his contract, but didn't do enough to really go, yeah, we're for sure bringing you back.
Every time I do it, I waste it because I already had it.
Extension at the end of last season, but still, size is there. He fits that weak side, left side of the line. They look for that 260-pounder. He's got the length, and he's had consistent 2-year production, just like some of the other names we've mentioned, that aren't exactly at the T-Rex blow-up level, but they've shown what T-Rex showed before he blew up. So you would think, hey, put him on a loaded D-line, put him with a good secondary, maybe some of those QB hits do start converting into stats.
Yeah, because remember, he was playing on the Cincinnati Bengals defense the last 2 seasons, which have not been great. It certainly hasn't been great on the back end, so he hasn't had that support behind him.
This is a quality-looking shot, this one.
Exactly. His best season probably is arguably this year, and contract year stuff is always scary for everybody, but it was also when Cincinnati spent some time to upgrade their secondary a little bit. Now, did that secondary look amazing? I don't think anything about the 2017 Bengals looked amazing, but they did look like a young and up-and-coming defense. They did improve in every area.
Oh.
They did sign over Von Bell, who's now wearing the C on his chest in year 1. That man will forever get love from me. So I think you saw him improve a little bit in his last year because of his surroundings improved. Not necessarily because he improved, which could be a negative or a positive, depending on how you want to view it contractually.
Back-to-back birdies. I could have had an eagle there.
When he was put with a better team, as that team was getting better, and he'd be coming to New Orleans, where we assume guys like Marcus Williams are being re-signed. You got Lattimore, you got probably Janoris, whatever way they rework that. You've got an established talented defense. He should be able to come in and be a good player.
The bailout zone out to the right falls away from
we need to do somebody besides Carl Lawson. I'm pretty sure we just spent 7 minutes lauding him.
I did not pull that bad.
Yeah, also, Yannick Ngakoue. We could go after him.
Yeah, I think that there are those guys that, like, Yannick Ngakoue is a really interesting one because of the fact that he brings
he still brings a little bit of concern around him, I think, just with the sort of...
He'll get a payday, too.
Same thing. Did the same thing. Look at that.
I'll circle back to one of the early guys that we mentioned but didn't get a chance to elaborate on too much is Mario Addison. Mario Addison, again, formerly with the Carolina Panthers, played a little bit more of a stand-up rusher role there, and what was
None of that matters.
Let me say an odd front.
Not here.
He had 9.5 sacks. He had at least 9 sacks in the previous 4 years until he got to Buffalo, and then he had a 5-sack season in Buffalo. Now, Buffalo's pass rush, everybody that ended up in Buffalo's pass rush did not produce. He was also in a rotation there. Instead of playing 16 games, 16 games, 15 games, and all of that, he started 7. So,
The only drawback there is he's going to be 34 next year.
But it's his age, right? So it's one of those things where, like, do you go and you get somebody that maybe can inject a little bit of energy into the pass rush for a year, or do you invest in somebody that you might be able to get 2-3 years out of, things like that, right? And who's on the market, who's left, out of it, that kind of comes down to it. But you saw he dropped down to 56% of defensive snaps in Buffalo, so his role was a lot. Things are scalable.
What would you say about Leonard Floyd? You like Leonard Floyd?
I do like Leonard Floyd. That ended up actually performing.
Yeah.
So that
do
was
you think he gets paid again with some of the names? Because I think coming into this year, you could have seen Leonard Floyd go for over 10, 11 million a year. I don't think he
I wasn't gonna get that anyways.
this go around.
I don't know. It's
you
tough.
tell me though.
Now he's put up a double-digit sack season, right, with the best offense in the NFL. So then I guess there is the conversation there about, like, you can kind of have the same conversation off of Leonard Floyd that we're having about Trey Hendricks.
Exactly.
Because he deserves to be paid off of 1 year of production. And so I guess it depends on what the rest of the market looks like for him. But I think that we have seen time and time again that some NFL team that has the money will go out there and overpay for those 1 year of production guys, those contract year guys. And
terrible.
What does that mean for them, in terms of what does that mean for the other teams as they watch that happen? Now, Leonard Floyd definitely panned out with the Rams taking a chance on him and paying him, bringing him in. But is he going to pan out in not the number 1 defense in the NFL?
Yeah.
Because I don't think
Can't win back to back.
Creating the number 1 defense in the NFL, it's going to take
New Orleans. Ugh, no wonder why.
That plays with those pieces. That could be the New Orleans Saints, in which case it could make a little bit of sense. The only other thing is that he is very much a stand-up edge rusher as opposed to a hand-in-the-dirt type edge rusher. So, there's still instances in which that factors into the Saints offense. We've watched Marcus Davenport rush. We've watched Cam Jordan rush out of a 2-point stand several times. They can still do that with him, but does that change a little bit about how they look at him or how he looks at the team in the fit?
I'll throw you a name that Saints fans are familiar with, and I know the first thing a lot of our listeners will say is, "Ooh, he sucks." But put him on a loaded defense. How does the player look? Put him with a new look. But Takk McKinley, good pedigree, and I think that with all the names we're talking about, I think Takk McKinley ends up being below most of those names in terms of value. Takk McKinley's a guy I think you probably could end up picking up for like 7-8 million.
Right. That's the value.
And he's a solid starter. Is he an amazing player? No, but would he be a solid addition as a rotational piece? He can do multiple things. And do you think Ryan Nielsen couldn't get some?
That hit couldn't have been any better.
Good. And this is definitely an offseason where I think you can get tagged for a decent price.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, like, he's one of those guys that because he doesn't have the production, he gets affected. He's one of those players that's in that range that gets affected by the salary cap drop. 100%. Where you're not going to take a risk on somebody that has no,
too much.
that doesn't have that, prove it year yet. He had the 7 sacks. He opened up with the 6 sacks.
He basically started great, and then kind of slowed down. But he also was with the Falcons. So,
and
location. Yeah, that's another thing. And even before that, he only started 13 games the season before that. So he's always been kind of a mix of rotation.
Greens are going to be easy here. All right.
I think that he can still contribute with that. And if you look at like the 2000
numbers,
his hurries and hit rate wasn't bad. Right. He just didn't always. And let's be fair, Atlanta's defense has sucked for years now, and we make fun of them for it.
that doesn't mean all the players on there are necessarily bad if they get put in a better situation. And a lot of the guys I think you see the Saints sign this year, I know we're harping a lot on defensive line, but I think a lot of the guys that you see the Saints sign are going to be that mid-tier type of a player where they're a quality starter, but they're not a big-name buzz star. That's okay. You don't need a big buzz-name star.
Right. That's who Malcolm Brown was. In New Orleans, right? He was that's a pretty underrated signing because this could pan out to be something. Same thing with Latavius Murray. Like this is where the Saints. That is the area where the Saints have lived in free agency over the past three seasons, over the past three off, 2017, 18, 19, so past 4 off seasons. That's what they've done to where they're not making day one splashes anymore. That's not their MO. Their MO is getting those sort of mid-tier guys and then developing.
Oh my gosh.
Focused on player development.
Oh my gosh.
That's one of the things that
come on.
Maybe go with when it comes to Takk McKinley. I think oftentimes we also conflate the reputations of Takk McKinley and Vic Beasley without understanding that they're entirely different players, although their trajectories might feel similar. Takk McKinley has a lot of and has shown that he's willing to put in the work to grow. That issue. That is not something that exists as much at all when it comes to Takk McKinley. So you put him in the right situation. Again, you put him with a good development coach like Ryan Nielsen. You put him with a much stronger secondary and better running mates. How does that affect his production?
And he's only 25.
To take the bet on that, right?
Yeah. Only 25. He'll turn 26 in like November, so halfway through your season. So he's a young player, and I don't think Takk is ever destined to be the guy. Like he's your number one, but he works great with the team. And I think there's value in bringing that in. But you know what? Let's hit another position real quick. I give a shout out to Alan. And look, Amazon wishlist in the chat, also PayPal in the chat. Not all of us get to be in nice, warm podcasting areas. Some people right now during this pandemic on top of a pandemic, which is basically what the South is going through, because the infrastructure, whether it's the roads, the electric, none of this is designed for this, man. I saw a picture
Come on,
of
stop.
Dallas Fort Worth, an apartment building.
It's attracted to the dang bunker. I go through, give a good hit. Still.
And the water was draining down, and the ceiling fans had icicles that were 12, 14 inches long. Because the pipes burst, and then all the electricity's gone, so the water's so cold, it's freezing to the roof and everything. Right. We're not built for this. We're not designed to handle what's going on right now. And you know who's suffering even worse? Those who literally don't even have a roof over their heads. It's one thing to have a roof to stop the elements. When you got nothing, you need as much help as you can get. That's what we're going to the PayPal or go to the Amazon wishes we have provided to buy items directly for those.
I'm messing up because I'm on.
Probably not because they're used to it being cold up there. But we need it, and our people need it to support your local community. Check out those links. Greatly appreciate it. But let's move into another area that is 100% saturated and the Saints might need help with. Secondary. Tons of names in this free agency.
Yeah, there's a lot. The one concern that I'll bring up, and I'll just mention it because of it, is that when it does come to this cornerback class, there are a lot of corners right now that are coming off of injuries. That is something that is really, really present with a lot of corners right now in this class. So we know that, but it's the market. It's who's available. And there's still some really, really good names on the market. I know I have a couple of favorites for myself. Is there anybody that maybe stands out in particular for you, or do you want me to start this one off?
Start this one. I am interested to see.
That's a mistake. How do you leave that short? Looks like a pretty straightforward 5-footer to me. Nothing to sweat over that one. We'll hold.
Where am I at? Where are we at? +2? Oh, God. +2. Come on. This is not even... The greens are good, and I can't even get myself set up on the green yet. Because I'm messing up on the stupid.
Let's go to our man John on the ground. There's something brewing down there. Let's find out what it is.
Well, guys, I'm down here on the 5th hole. This is Kevin Kisner getting ready to hit.
Wow, that almost went in the hole. Lovely touch. Well played.
Just eyeballing that one, trying to make it.
And with that hole behind us, let's have a look at the contenders and the pretenders. This hole is a par 4, and it's a pretty lengthy one at that.
Takeover inspo without Wi-Fi. Try YouTube Premium on us and decorate.
Oh. Yeah.
Dance for me, Tyson.
Oh no.
Dance. Tell everybody else to dance. It's your turn to dance. Look at this little clown, man. Look at this clown.
Where'd he get that from?
What's good, y'all? Fist Vegas, the hardest horse in sports. Welcome to the fire. Did you get on? Did you get on? You understand me? Today's victim, my next target, is this ugly, broke, fat Joe looking bitch, Tyson, a.k.a. the master at work, a.k.a. the fanboy.
Who the hell gave him that? That's what I want to know. How, there's no way he would have found that. Someone had to have gave him that.
That I grew up here, and they say you should never knock on the devil's door because he might answer. Well, I like to switch it up. I say you should never knock on the devil's door because he wants to answer. You see, I'm not like the rest of the people.
You always got to mess something up.
I'm not like the rest of the people that you beef with on YouTube. I like destroying people. I want the smoke. I welcome it. You understand? And I never know what's too far. I don't know what's too far. I don't know what that line is because I can't see it. You understand me? I'm the most dangerous light-skinned wearing red since Suge Knight walked the streets. You understand? And at the end of the day,
This guy,
Tyson,
I swear.
you ain't nothing but my bitch. You've been on my dick since I met you. Back when you was Kiss the Rings on my original Twitter account. Oh, hey, Fizz, man. Let me come on your show, Fizz. Let me debate Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning with you, Fizz. Let me debate you, Fizz. I wish I still had my old Twitter account so I could show those texts. Sucked my dick for a year. Was on my nuts for a year until I finally worked with you. And then, everything, every single thing.
Why does that nigga always sound like he crying, bro?
Jealousy, Tyson. Every time I work with somebody not named you in my feelings. You worse than my bitches. Every single time I work with Boogie, you texting me, you mad. Why you working with Boogie? Why you didn't invite me? You was mad that I didn't invite you to a fantasy football league in September. That nobody likes you. Yo, Fizz, why you didn't invite me to the fantasy football league, Fizz? I thought we was cool. No, I didn't invite you to the fantasy football league because Lord Brunson doesn't like you. Nobody in the fantasy football league that I was in liked you. None of them. That's why you didn't get invited.
Let's see if I make it.
And it's like,
oh yeah.
You're mad.
Oh yeah.
All this happened, everybody on the show right now, right? Everybody's like, yo, how come he hates Boogie? You know why Tyson hates Boogie so much? It's because Jagganoff took his spot because Boogie didn't want to work with Tyson. That's what happened. Tyson ain't shit but a female. I was supposed to do the Super Bowl stream with Tyson, right? I was supposed to do the Super Bowl stream with him.
But Boogie hit me up and said, yo, I'm not having my Super Bowl party. Let's do the Super Bowl stream. Jaggano hit me up like, yo, we gonna finish the season with a bang. I said, hell yeah. And I text Tyson and said I'm doing the Super Bowl with Boogie and Jaggano. And he's been in his feelings ever since. Ain't that the most girl shit that you could think of? Ain't you a man? You a grown-ass man acting like a bitch. Speaking of females,
I can't do this.
Tyson, why you beefing with females? You know, Jay-Z had a Summer Jam stream. Man, remember when Jay-Z put Mobb Deep on the Summer Jam stream? Then when Jay-Z put Nas on the Summer Jam stream? Well, Fist Vegas got the Fire and Rain stream. So I want everybody to look at the screen and look at these tweets from Tyson. This is how he bullies females. This is how he bullies females over the internet. Only God knows what he does to them in person. Really, Tyson? You mad at a girl because she wouldn't show you her feet? Really, Tyson? You're mad at a girl because she blocked you, Tyson?
5 shots off the pace.
I just jacked up this hole.
Why buy from Larry H. Miller, Tucson's favorite Chrysler Jeep dealer? Maybe it's our low upfront.
Really? You talking about massacring a female, Tyson? What shit ain't go making fun of a girl, Tyson? What, you gonna pull up on a female? What, if you catch her slipping on the block, you gonna pull up on a girl? What you gonna do to a girl? You pussy. You not the master at work. You the stalker at work. That's your new name. Stalker at work. Y'all can hashtag that if you want to. You running around here bragging about how you made a 17-minute video about a girl. Oh, yo, Fist, my video got taken down, man. She reported my video, Fist. Ha, 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 ha. It's nothing to be proud of. It's nothing to be proud of. You's a bitch. And I won't say her name, and her name will be scribbled out on all those tweets. But at the end of the day, I hope she's watching this video because somebody needs to put this little bitch in his place. Tyson, you a bitch. And you're homophobic and hate black people. Have you noticed how Tyson moves? Have you noticed how all the gay slurs he uses?
Oh my God.
Patty Mahomo, LeBron sexual. Everything he do, he got to make a gay slur with it. Gay people, Tyson, you're a homophobe. That makes you a piece of shit. I love gay people. My next door neighbor.
Nigga said I love. He keeps saying I love gay
My
people.
cousins, I got gay cousins. I still spent the night. We still.
I got gay cousins. I still spent the night.
Chicken wing.
Oh my God, this nigga's a loser. He said I got gay cousins. I still spent the night. I love gay people. Oh my God, this is so funny. This is comedy.
He hated Cam Newton before he came to the Patriots. And when I first met him, he hated Colin Kaepernick. He slandered Colin Kaepernick all the time. He's a fake. He's a phony. He doesn't really care about the black dude. Buried Colin Kaepernick when I first met you. And now because people are protesting over the summer, you want to stick your fist in the air.
Oh no, because of this.
Black. You're not black.
Because of
You're
this.
Spanish.
There you go.
And they don't even claim you. Donnie, Don Vito, CEO Top Dog. Oh, everybody's Spanish. They don't claim you. They don't claim you. Who are you? You bleed pink. We gonna call you a bitch. Your blood type is pussy. That's your blood type. And speaking of Spanish people. Speaking of Spanish people, you can't be trusted. I want to point everybody back to the Fist Unit Fire and Rain stream. Now, he has a Discord that he runs with Cold Raven. Cold Raven is supposed to be his boy. Look at these texts that Tyson sent me. Look how he talks about his best friend.
Oh, snap.
I'm the only reason why he's relevant. Cold Raven's only making fake EVP videos. Nobody cares about that pedo shit anymore. The text don't lie, people. This is Tyson exposing his own homeboy. This is him. This is him exposing his own homeboy.
Oh my God.
The text don't lie.
I swear I can't get
Speaking
out
of
of
the
the damn
text,
sand.
everybody, I want y'all to keep your eyes on that fist spooning.
How does that go that way if I'm hitting straight?
This is what I had to go through to get my $100 from this Fat Joe looking ugly broke bitch.
You call him Fat Joe?
AKA Tyson, AKA the fanboy. We made $100 bet that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers would not go 12-4. They lost their 5th game. I hit Tyson up for my money, and he gave me a sad story. I almost wanted to cry. He sounded like one of those commercials you hear at 3 a.m.
Oh my goodness.
3 in the morning with the little children with the tears in their eyes and the sad song
Oh my
playing.
God, this
and
is...
You get the people talking about how they come for nothing. Can you please donate 5 cents for a good cause? They should have had Tyson on that motherfucker. Look how he's begging me. Fizz. Please, Fizz.
Give me that. Oh my.
We in the middle of a pandemic. I gotta pay my rent, Fizz. I don't have $100, man. I got bills to pay. Listen, Tyson, you's a broke bitch. You understand that CEO Top Dog will waste $100 just to fry?
Tyson gotta get him, bruh. I wanna say my stuff, but Tyson gotta get him.
$100 just to roast him on a live stream.
Tyson gotta.
Pull out $100 to pay off a bet. You want to talk shit about CEO Top Dog? You want to air out my subscribers because he got more money than you do. Is that why you mad, Tyson? Is that why you hate my subscribers? Because you talk about donation shaming. You come at me because I get donations because people want to support my channel. People like what I do. When your broke ass is the one with a Cash App icon on his main page. Look at the screen, people. Go back to the Fist Vegas Fire and Rain stream. This broke bitch got a Cash App link on the front of his channel, and he's talking about me accepting donations. He's talking about me begging for donations. You begging for Cash Apps, nigga? Huh? Make it make sense, bro. Make it fucking make sense. And then you got the balls to talk about Lord Brunson's family. You're gonna shoot Lord Brunson's family. You hope his kids die. All that bad shit you said about Lord Brunson. We pulled up on you on Twitter yesterday, and you blocked us. How you running the house on Twitter, nigga? How you running the house on Twitter? I done seen dudes on the block running the house. I done seen kids on the playground running the house. I never seen a nigga on Twitter run in the house. You blocked me, Lord Brunson, Boogie. You even blocked some of my fucking fist unit soldiers who were just chiming in. You's a bitch. You bully females. You make fun of people who don't fight back because you're soft, Tyson. You want to be mean. You want to be hard. You want to be tough. You want to mean the shit you say like I do, but you're not built like me. I'm built from a different cloth. You know what separates me from you, Tyson, is I'm willing to back up everything I say on the internet. I'm not running from nobody in person. That's what separates me from you. I want the smoke. I want the action.
That's a lie.
You don't. Your palms get sweaty. Your stomach
That's a lie. He didn't want that smoke with me.
You start rethinking your whole life when it's time to really be about that action.
He didn't want that smoke with me.
If you see Boogie in person, you gonna run. If you see Lord Brunson in person, you gonna run. If you see me in person, you gonna run because you's nothing but a bitch. You understand me? And most importantly, you my bitch. You want to talk about you make everybody dance. I've been making you dance for a year. You've been scared to diss me for a year. I punked you after that live stream. I read you the riot guy. I cursed you out from sun up to sundown. And you didn't say a fucking word about me after that live stream. I kicked you off my channel. You didn't say a fucking word. You rather go beef for the female because you's a bitch. You understand me?
He big mad.
Nail in the coffin. The last thing I gotta say about this little punk. The EDP situation was a false. Cold Raven, they run their little Discord. They got big YouTubers to buy into a lie. Everything he said about EDP was a lie. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fist Unit soldiers of all ages, look at the Fist Unit Fire and Rain screen. These are texts that he sent me before Code Reading even dropped his content. Before the Kim Stars and he sent me this shit. They're out here hiring private detectives, making up photoshopping fake photos of EDP. They're creating dummy accounts on Instagram of teenage girls, and they're contacting EDP on IG to set him up. They were trying to get rid of EDP. It was a conspiracy. They banded together.
A conspiracy. EDP conspiracy.
It was all fake. It was all staged. Here's the proof. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. So all that bullshit that Code Raven built his channel on, all those text messages and everything, it was Tyson and Code Raven. They were making dummy accounts hitting up EDP. Yo, EDP, I know you watching, my nigga. I told you I was gonna get his ass for you. I told you I got you, EDP. I told you, bro. I told you. It was all a fucking sham. EDP shouldn't have had to apologize for a fucking thing.
Oh,
he shouldn't have had to apologize for a fucking thing.
Let's try this again.
Tyson, you's a bitch, bro.
Oh, air.
I'm the wrong one. You see, because unlike the rest of these YouTubers, unlike these females, Tyson, I'm just as fucked up as you are. The only difference is I'm willing to handle my shit in person. The only difference is I mean the shit I say. You see, with you, it's on YouTube. With me, I might really smack the shit out of you if I see you. That's the difference, Tyson. That's the difference between you and me. As I'm really as fucked up as I come across in this YouTube channel. You're an actor. You're playing a role. You want to be 6'9" so bad. You want to be a troll so bad.
Let's go. It's a good hit.
I'm going to stand 10 toes down on my person. You not. A coward
I swear.
dies 1,000 deaths. A real nigga die with one. You understand? I ain't got nothing else to say. Bring your fat, ugly ass to the front. Turn around, put a smile on your face, and take these fucking shots.
It's here. The moment that will define you. You were built for it. And so were we. WGU. Ambition never ceases.
Damn, I should have. Tyson got to get him. I ain't gonna lie, that was good. That wasn't like mine's. You got a lot of dirt on Tyson. Tyson got to answer back.
Subscribe if you're new. Let's go. Rico's good. You don't want to subscribe, man. I do this for all Laker games. I'll be back for the Lakers and the Nets. That one you're not going to want to miss. Sure.
Got to answer back, Tyson. What am I doing? Pitch. Lob and pitch.
Always love these opportunities, especially when it's for birdie. Right on 4 feet. Should make this one. at 6 over for the event. As you find your way to the 16th hole at Quail Hollow Club, you're reminded that you're entering the green mile.
I'm not even focused right now.
Long players can carry the bunker down the right-hand side. Hit it out to the left, avoid that bunker, and give yourself the best opportunity to find the green in 2.
That's not what he had hoped for, I'm pretty sure of that.
Exactly what I did, the opposite.
Justin Thomas. And this putt is to move into a share for the lead. And that will take him to 4 under. John, you're down there. How's this ball?
They're deep down in there, guys. Do not envy them, but looking forward to seeing how they get out.
Damn, man. Another good hit that just barely goes right to the down bunker.
That's on the green, but still a fair way from the hole. Well, this would be a great par putt if you can make this.
I'm making all these stupid putts. Look at this.
With their tee shot, nice save indeed.
Sitting at 6 over for the day. You've got to hit a number of big
I got 2 more, and then I can start over because
none bigger than the tee shot at the par 317.
Luke, time to step up and make the best swing of the day on this challenging par 317th. Find the center of the green, and you're a happy player.
maybe I need to calibrate my stuff because this my stuff would be all over the place.
Fairway bunker. This is awesome.
Rich, Kevin Kisner is one of these guys who graduated from the University of Georgia, and he is like a bulldog, isn't he? He's like a dog with a bone out on the course.
I'm hitting.
How important a situation.
I'm getting all these stupid.
And if you look at Kevin and you watch him, you realize that every single shot to him is important. He's got the most steely eyes that I've seen in the game since Ray Floyd. And Ray was probably the toughest character I'd ever seen on a golf course. Kevin Kisner is that guy. He is the toughest man out there in my mind's eye.
This shot from around the 200-yard mark.
Look at this. Somehow it keeps getting attracted to the down bunker.
Well, a little off the target with that one.
Don't understand.
Enough club to get it there.
Every time, somehow.
Pretty sure he'll be happy to be back on the green. Not sure how that putt came up shy. 79 here if you make this putt. And that will do it for this player today. Well, Rich, it was great to share these moments with you and all the folks at home.
Don't understand, bro. Don't understand.
Well, that just about concludes our coverage on behalf of Rich.
This is one I should have did good on. Am I even broadcasting? Yeah, I'm broadcasting. Still at 6.
Bitcoin, the best money we've ever had. With a different kind of money comes a different kind of card.
Ricky. I got you, Ricky.
Oh, hey, listen, it took a day, but I got you. I just want to let y'all know something. You want to know why he's so offended by my homosexual insults? Because he's fucking Boogie. No, literally. He is in a homosexual relationship with Boogie. But listen, we're going to unmask this fraud. But I don't want everyone to get in here.
That's the route you're taking, huh?
He will be getting unmasked on this stream. Ricky from
See, you gotta save those.
First off, this is what we're going to do. We call ourselves the master race. We are the master race. This unit, it's all about the master race. So this is what we're going to do. I already told you, if you fuck with Fisk, you can't fuck with me. That means anybody from his peasant unit is getting blocked. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get my shooters because I haven't done a live stream in like a couple of months before we get this started, because I will unmask him. I got the photos, and I'm gonna say it again. He's fucking Boogie. And not only that, I'm gonna expose every single lie in his video. I'm gonna respond to every fucking lie he told. One, I'm not Hispanic. Two,
yeah, he was done for that one.
Everyone, how many AFC East roundtables have I done showing my face? You think you're unmasking anybody, bitch? Someone who hides behind a fucking mask is trying to unmask.
Ooh, this is not an easy course, yo.
When I've shown my face on this platform 1,000 times over and over again, is trying to unmask me? But y'all about to find out what this really looks like. Ricky Gate. That shit funny to me. So what was I gonna do first? And then let's see how we gonna get started here. How are we gonna get started? Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta recruit my shooters. So let me go ahead and give out my mods. If you see anybody in the chat, anyone associated with him, block him and ban him. Because see, he banned me from his channel. So I'm gonna ban everything that is associated with him on my channel. But I will unmask him. I will. And you can claim that it's not you because you did that with CEO. And here's the thing. You'll never be able to prove me wrong because if you're not ashamed of what you look like, then why don't you show your face on camera, bitch? You've been hiding behind that fucking mask, that fake vigilante persona for too long. But tonight is the night you will get exposed, Ricky. Oh, it's gonna get exposed. So let me go ahead. I got my.
Gotta be a good shot. Yeah.
Raise your hand if you want to be a shooter.
Oh, it still moved back.
Raise your
Okay.
hand if you want to be a shooter. Listen, we blocking every fucking. Listen, hey. He sent his goons to try to flag my channel down. I've been getting threats about my shit getting flagged. So we're gonna play a little game here. We're gonna play a game. First of all, since he wants a live stream because he's so afraid of getting unmasked, go to his live stream real quick and dislike, because see, he cares about likes. He cares about donations. So this is what we're gonna do. Everyone go to his little live stream and dislike the fuck out of him. Spam the living ever shit. Hashtag the master race, because we're gonna end him once and for all. He will no longer be able to hide behind his persona. So this is what we're gonna do. Let me see. Who wants to be a shooter? Leedy? I trust Leedy, even though he's a Steeler fan. Let me go ahead and add him as a mod. Hold on one second here. Let me go ahead.
Oh, would have been good too.
Hashtag the master race. He will be getting unmasked. I got his ass exactly where I want him. And I'm going to say it again. He's in a homosexual relationship with Boogie. That's right. He's in a homosexual relationship with Boogie. Okay, let me go ahead, man. The chat's going too fucking fast here.
Is he going to be able to prove that? There's no point in saying that he can't prove it.
Let's see here. Who else? Who else do I trust in this? Listen, Sean, got him. Sean B. Listen, you see anybody, you clap them. Off rip. Yep. James Walsh, listen, if you see hashtag Fisk unit, I want you to go ahead and just get rid of them off rip. We're gonna unmask this fucking clown.
Yeah, what can I do
Everyone
here?
go to see. He, like I said, he cares. Listen, everyone go ahead and like my stream.
Damn.
Go to his stream and dislike the fuck out of him. Spam the fuck out of him because see, he wants to play these little childish games. We're gonna play these little childish games along with him. And I'm gonna tell you one thing: he will be getting
There we
unmasked.
go.
I got the fucking photos. I got the evidence, and he won't be able to prove a fucking thing because he knows it's him, and he's a fucking coward. The coward that hides behind a mask. You think putting 10-year-old
Damn.
videos that everyone in the TTC has already seen when I was a teenager? Fucking videos of me dancing 10 years ago, which everyone has. What have you exposed, bitch? You don't expose.
Yeah, he definitely didn't expose anything.
Okay,
Just the text message stuff though, and the betting thing made him look bad. I will say that.
I'm only trusting people that I actually know. Like I said, you see anything hashtag Miss Vegas, anything. Oh, he's a liar. He's a liar. He's not 300 pounds, by the way. He's 120 pounds soaking fucking wet. And he's having a homosexual relationship with Boogie.
Can't keep saying that, bro. Stop.
Okay, let me go ahead. Let's see here. The main man, Dano, I'll get you as a mod. Let's see who else.
I ain't gonna make that.
My chat here.
I made it there.
Pats Nation.
Oh, I can make that.
Oh yeah, Pats Nation. You're definitely be a mod. You're definitely gonna be a mod. If I don't recognize you, you could be a fist unit soldier in disguise, bitch. This is the master race. Listen, this is the master race. And you know what else, motherfucker? He's getting unmasked. So I'm gonna expose every fucking lie, all the way down to he thinks I'm Hispanic. I'm Hispanic.
Where am I at? I'm over here listening to Tyson.
I'm Hispanic. Listen, everyone go to his live stream because I know he wants to. He can't one up me because he's going to get unmasked. There's nothing else he has. He has no more ammo. But I got the kill shot. I got the motherfucking kill shot. Oh yes, I do. And
Is he live? Yeah, he's live. Let's see what he's saying.
The dealer gives you
Let's see what he's saying.
It feels like you're in the middle of some weird game show. Where did that music?
Shout out Ash Raiders. Ash Raiders says, it's hilarious how y'all went live at the same time. Seeing suspect if you ask me. Nah, I wasn't going to go live. I really just did this because I wanted to give the Fisk unit
Shut up.
a chance to celebrate. I wanted to give the Fisk unit a chance to celebrate because here's the thing. What Tyson doesn't understand is
how did that?
That's the thing. I shouldn't be competing with
But
him.
you are.
He has 102 people watching his stream. I have 101. Tyson has 7,000 more subscribers than me. Why? Somebody make this make sense. I want to know something. Why am I competing with him right now? Why are there more people watching my live stream than his? He has 10,000. Part where he thinks I'm fucking Hispanic. That's the thing about this. He can make up all this shit.
This is fun going back and forth.
He's not even man enough to show his fucking face. Explain this to me. Why would you trust him?
Let's go.
Don't worry about sending me donations. Everyone's gonna get.
Well, that was a.
Listen, I'm gonna open it up for the floor after I done.
Okay, that was a birdie. I thought he said bogey. I'm not even paying attention.
I don't have to charge you $100 to hop in a fucking stream. Because, see, this is free, and he will be getting unmasked. Ricky. Oh, man. Oh, yes. Like I said, if you see anything Fisk on my streams, block them. All of them. Every single last one of their fucking trolls. We about to get this shit started. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to start playing this video, and I'm going to fucking go through every single lie in this fucking video. Oh, and by the way, Fisk, I know that you have beef with the entertainer. That's right. I know that you have beef. And here's the funny thing about Fisk. You know why him and Chris the Entertainer don't do any more live streams? You want to know why? Because Entertainer did his top 20 Giants bid makers, and Fisk didn't even crack the top 20. That's why he's hurt. That's why he's upset. Oh, he's about to be really fucking upset. Okay, listen, I'm gonna show his face. Everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Everyone needs to calm the fuck down, everyone. Okay? Everybody calm down. You're gonna get to see what this fucking 120 fucking pound, 6'4" fucking freak looks like. And I'm gonna repeat it again. He's in a homosexual relationship.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if you're saying this, you better be able to prove, have some type of picture that looks suspect.
His real name is Ricky, by the way. His real name is fucking Ricky. And I'm gonna first I'm gonna expose the first lie. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm gonna expose the first lie because he said that I paid off for my bet in $10 increments. I'm gonna prove to you that that's a lie. Oh, and by the way, I can't hop on Twitter right now because he reported me like the little bitch that he is. So I'm in timeout for the next, 7 hours. So I'm not available to tweet. But I promise you, I'll be back on Twitter, which is why I will get rid of his channel once and for all. So not only did he report me on Twitter, I'm gonna expose his first lie. His first lie. So give me a second here. Give me a second. I got it. Like I said, man. I'm gonna prove that his name is Ricky too. So you know that I'm not capping.
Know what that means? Facebook.
1 second, everyone. Give me 1 second. That shit funny to me. That shit funny to me. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, I think that's it. I just got to get on my phone. Listen, I got to get everything in order because when I like to be organized. You know what I'm saying? I like to be organized. Okay, let's go.
This one's heading left, I think.
Okay, that's the first one, right? Yes, that is. So let me go ahead and share this. How the fuck do I share this photo? Let me go. Man, I haven't done live stream in a while, man. I gotta figure out how to do this. Share. Why is it not letting me share a photo now? That's fucking retarded. How do I do this? Fuck it. We're gonna go to the. I think I gotta put it as a brand, right? How the hell do I do this?
Tournament's coming alive. I wonder what just went down. Big pass over.
Man, they really StreamYard really switched up on me, man. StreamYard really switched up. I gotta figure out these new oh, that's how I gotta remove this first. And then I gotta share this, right? Oh, that's right, I gotta share. Oh, that's how you do it, okay. Is this it? Okay. First exposure. Now remember, he told you we're gonna get I'm gonna comb through every fucking inch of that video. Every fucking lie he's ever told. First lie. He said that it took you forever to pay me. You had to go on a payment plan. What is this proof? Proof that I paid you twice. $50 each. $50 each. So that's the first fucking strike. And that's the first lie. So just now that you know, you can't trust a word coming out this motherfucker's mouth. Like I said, why would you trust a motherfucker, a faggot, a bitch that won't even show his face, which we're gonna get to. I will be showing his face. First lie. Okay, we're gonna stop that, and now we're gonna comb through the video. We're gonna comb through the video. Give me 1 second, I just gotta upload this shit. Okay, let's go. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
He said, let's go.
Check my rap sheet. I feed you to the rack with peanut butter on your feet. 44 bulldog.
There it is. First mistake. This video is literally when I was a teenager, 10 years old. So old that you can see how old the fucking camera that I use And by the way,
Definitely.
when I was a teenager, I had my own fucking place, by the way, you broke bitch. This is when I was a teenager. Oh, and by the way, this also proves that I was a Patriots and Tom Brady fanboy. So right off the rip, he had to use a 10-year-old video that
Oh, okay. I thought, okay.
in the TTC
That was my
knows.
fault.
Second of all, who are you exposing? When I show my face
What am I doing here?
week, the entire football season on the AFC East Roundtable. So at the end of the day, Ricky, you ain't exposing shit. And the only way you can get your information is by other people helping you out, which is how you got to RTP. So we're gonna respond to this shit.
Dance for me, Tyson. Go ahead and dance. Tell everybody else to dance. It's your turn to dance. Look at this old.
You was expecting more?
What did he say about RTP?
You will see this.
Oh, I can rewind it. Nice.
Other people helping you out, which is how you got to RTP. So we're gonna
How you got to RTP?
Damn.
Okay.
What's good, yo?
I'm your iFit guide, Aaron Ralston, outdoor adventurer and subject of 127 hours. In this canyoneering adventure...
Everyone's seen this. I'm surprised he didn't dig up even more information. You didn't even show videos that were older than this. You didn't show the Cam Newton Super Cam photo. You didn't show the other photo that I had with my mohawk when I was like 15.
Facts.
You didn't show that. So whoever gave you whatever it is, like this shit has been circling around YouTube for decades. I put it on my own fucking channel. What are you fucking exposing, Fisk? You swagger jacking bitch, Ricky.
You understand me? Today's victim, my next target, is this ugly, broke, fat Joe looking bitch, Tyson. AKA the master of work, AKA the fanboy. You should have left me alone, Tyson. You should have stayed on your side of the street. You really, really should have. You know, there's this old saying.
Okay, nigga, you ain't talking about shit.
That's
Hurry
the
up.
answer. You see, I'm not like the rest of the people that you bully on YouTube, Tyson. I'm not like the rest of the people that you beef with on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. How am I fat? Do I look fat in this photo? Like, are you fucking blind? You fucking blind bat?
I like destroying people. I want the smoke. I welcome it. You understand? And I never know what's too far. I don't know what's too far. I don't know what that line is because I can't see it. You understand me? I'm the most dangerous light-skinned nigga wearing red since Suge Knight walked the street.
He ain't even light-skinned, by the way.
I know.
I'll tell you another thing. Fisk hates light-skinned niggas. You want to talk about racist? He hates light-skinned niggas. Why do you think he makes the Steph Curry hate videos? He hates light-skinned niggas like me, and I'm gonna repeat it for everyone to hear. Nigga, what part of me have I ever indicated that I was even 1% Spanish?
I was wondering where he got that from.
Niggas that have tried to excuse me knows I'm fucking half black and I'm half German. At least when you diss me, get your facts correct.
You understand? And at the end of the day, Tyson, you ain't nothing but my bitch. You've been on my dick since I met you. Back when you was Kiss the Race on my original Twitter account.
And I was getting there too. Oh, let me see. Hit the...
Brady versus Peyton Manning with you, Fist. Let me debate you, Fist. I wish I still had my old Twitter account so I could show those texts. Suck my dick for a year. Was on my nuts for a year.
Show me proof, bitch. Show me motherfucking proof. I ever hit you up first. You hit me up first, bitch. I was bigger than you.
I honestly believe him that he hit Tyson up first. I honestly believe that.
Those Twitter chats miraculously disappeared, right?
This is a good chance.
Oh, and by the way, Fisk, like I said, I'm going to unmask you. So I know everyone's here. You all want to see what Fisk looks like, but I gotta build up to the finale.
Okay? Because what I'm doing right now is I'm going to expose every fucking lie this bitch has ever told in this video. Everything in this video is completely made up. Everything. And I got the receipts to prove everything in this
I was
video
so
is made
close.
up. Like I said, he's pulling up shit that everyone has seen. But here's one thing, Fisk. No one's ever seen what you really look like.
That's a beautiful bunker shot there.
And I know what you look like. All I needed was your phone number.
Well, that hole's behind us.
I did a little research.
Trailing by 7
Ricky Gant, I know what you look like. I know where you live. I know where your mom's lives. I know that you are in a secret homosexual relationship with Boogie, which is why you got so offended when I went after him. I know why, Fisk. You are a closet homosexual.
Where am I supposed to go here?
Until I finally worked with you. And then,
Yo, where am I supposed to?
Here's another thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna type something in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna type something in the chat right now. Because see, we're gonna get really down and dirty. We're gonna get so down and dirty, bro. I'm not even playing with this dude. I'm gonna end this dude's channel. So I'm going to type something in the chat.
I ain't gonna make that.
Because
I'm gonna try to.
Because see, Fisk, I'm 5 steps ahead of you. You really thought that I
Nope.
would text you and go back and forth with you with my real phone number? You think I didn't get for that? You didn't think I was planning this all along? Waiting for the day that you would cross me? Everyone,
I believe that too.
There's a number in the chat. Everyone, there is a number in the chat. Ricky Gant's number. I wonder whose number that is. I wonder whose number that is. No one's going to your damn channel, bro. I don't even know who the hell you are. Anyway,
Screenshot.
let's get back to it.
This is what I knew was gonna happen. This is what I knew. Hold on. I gotta stop. I gotta listen to Fisk on the other side. Hold on.
Not mean you want my feelings. You worse than my bitches.
I got.
Like I said.